please feel free. Bill, take pictures or tweet during the meeting. Before we begin, can I ask the board and everyone else present to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate? Item 1.1 is announcements and apologies for absence and declarations of interest. The Combined Authority receives 20 million per year gain share funding from central government. The government has been working with us on its first review of progress on the authority's investment as part of its National Gateway Review process. Following this week, I am delighted to report that the Combined Authority has passed the first of the scheduled gateway reviews. This means that we, the Combined Authority, have successfully unlocked the next 5-year tranche of investment funds, which amounts to funding of 100 million from government over the next 5 years, starting in 2021 to 2022. In his letter, Luke Hall MP, the Minister for Regional Growth and Local Government, said that he was pleased to see that improving cooperation and collaboration was one of my priorities, as ministers see a shared vision amongst local partners as key to delivering on the Combined Authority's ambitions. This now gives us certainty to continue investing in our programmes as the Combined Authority moves forward. I'm going to check if there's any apologies for absence.
Apologies for absence have been received from Councillor Lucy, who is represented by Councillor Smith, who's substituted by Councillor Scott.
Do you want to repeat it again, please, Mashinda? Sorry.
I will. Sorry. Apologies have been received from Councillor Nessinger, who is substituted by Councillor Moschini, and from Councillor Smith, who is substituted by Councillor Goff.
Thank you. Does any member wish to declare a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-statutory disclosable interest in any items being considered today? Austin Adams.
Item 4.4, Business Board Expenses and Allowance Scheme.
Thank you. Noted. Just obviously declarations of interest can also be made at any point during the meeting. Moving on to 1.2. And this is the minutes of the meeting on the 30th of June and the action log. With reference to the service of the requisition, as the board is aware, a detailed response was prepared to the requisitioners. Whilst fully respecting the importance of the requisition process and the need for members of the board to have an opportunity to check and challenge actions, I would encourage, in the spirit of our joint endeavours and a desire to save costs, that discussion with officers takes place, and I am confident that they will be supportive and available for such discussions. So, we are being asked to confirm those minutes as an accurate record of the meeting on the 2nd of June. If any member wishes to raise a question on the accuracy of the minutes only, can you indicate that now? With no hands going up, I can see no objections, so we will take the minutes as approved. I am moving the recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Herbert. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. That is carried unanimously. And now we move, are there any questions on the action log? There are no questions, so I will now move on to items 1.3 and 1.4, which is the opportunity for the public for petitions and public questions. But as we have received neither this time, we will move on to item 1.5, which is the forward plan. The forward plan is published on the web and is updated regularly. I would remind members that if there are any decisions on the forward plan which are allocated to the executive committees, but which members think should be dealt with by the Combined Authority instead, they should say so now so that the board can take a view. Are there any committee decisions which members would want to be reserved to the board? There are no indications there. So in that case, I propose that we approve the forward plan. Sorry.
I did have a question
about sorry.
The forward plan, not on the committee, but just about the forward plan in general.
Can we take a question now? Is that okay? Councillor Bailey, yeah, please feel free to ask a question.
Thank you very much. I was scouring the forward plan, just looking for the item which I believe we talked about at the last meeting, but couldn't find it on there. At the last meeting, we had a paper about the business board proposal to meet in public, which the recommendation to continue the status quo fell. And yourself, Mr. Parkin, articulated at that point that we would need to bring back a new paper with to resolve the issue, and I couldn't see it on the forward plan. Obviously, you know, I think the stated aim of the mayor is that business board meetings should be held in public. It's not my view, but I do believe you said that it needed to come back because obviously the issue isn't resolved.
Yep.
So absolutely, we've undertaken to have a conversation with the Chair of Audit and Governance and to make space for him to have a discussion with the Chair of Business Board, so that when it comes back to this board, we have more information as to the impacts and also the original intention of the Chair of Audit and Governance in seeking the presumption. So we're taking those steps before we bring it back to this board with the, as I say, with the desire to bring more complete information about the potential impacts, so that when it does come back, as I say, that this board would be fully informed. And but you make an important point that it should feature on the forward plan as an item to come back.
Can I therefore make it as a proposal that it goes on to the forward plan?
Yep, of course.
Is that okay, Councillor Bailey, to go on to the forward plan?
That's fine. I just couldn't find it. Yeah.
Good. Thank you for your question. Austin Adams.
Yes, thank you to Anna for raising that point. The point I would like to make, or a request, is could we have for the papers for this meeting, could we have a marked up copy of the changes to the forward plan? I'm personally finding it very, very difficult to, and this request has been made before by Bridget, I believe, and it's still not being executed. Can we see, you know, by exception in red perhaps, what's been moved and what's changed, so we don't have to plough through pages and pages of items and compare them to the previous plan to understand the movement? It's really not very efficient.
So in preparation, you know, I can see the argument for it. Obviously, Austin, who would I come to on that?
That's for us to deliver, if you're happy for that to happen.
I would take that as a very clear proposal, the one which I would support. And yes, if we can make that into the way that we present the papers at the next meeting, I would appreciate it. I'm sure we all would.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Anything? Okay, so in that case, I think can we approve the forward plan, which was included with the papers published on the 20th of July? I'm moving it from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Oh, sorry, Councillor Fitzgerald. Those in favour, please raise your hands. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 1.6, it's lead member responsibility. A revised table 1 setting out the key responsibilities for the proposed new lead member roles was circulated electronically to the board on the 26th of July and has been published on the Combined Authority website. Robert Parkin, the monitoring officer, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, members. Again, so this report is seeking to bring before you a proposal from the Mayor in relation to 2 new areas of lead member responsibilities, 2 new portfolios. They're described in the papers, and there was a subsequent release which added some extra wording, in particular to talk about the roles as being champions in the cause of those areas. Those things were added following a conversation with the Mayor for clarity, and some additions to the public health description of responsibilities following some correspondence with the Director of Public Health. The role of the lead members is to act in a supporting and advisory capacity to the Mayor and the Combined Authority, and the papers describe them hopefully in full, and we have the Mayor is able to nominate proposed members of the Combined Authority Board to hold those portfolios. As the paper sets out, Councillor Bridget Smith is proposed to be appointed. And I'll turn to the Mayor to see if we have any later.
Yes, I had a conversation with Councillor Bowden yesterday, and I believe you're happy to take on the role of Public Health Lead Member. Do you want to speak?
If I may, yes, please, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, so
please.
we'll maybe to comments and discussion, maybe that's the...
Yeah, do you want to? Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Mayor, and thank you for your phone call yesterday. You and I share a real commitment to improvements in public health, and whilst it's not in the centre of the responsibilities that the Combined Authority has, there are many things that the Combined Authority does which do have impact on health. So it is important that we do have those in mind at all times. And following on from that, Mayor, may I just make a request for a change to the key responsibilities for public health in accordance with the conversation we had yesterday? Just
Okay, yeah, as a proposed, yeah.
And as the first item, is it possible to insert, please, promote reductions in health inequality across the Combined Authority area?
You know, I agree with you. So I would particularly welcome that as a very clear statement of intent. I think it's one we share. Any other comments in regard to lead member responsibility? Councillor Goff. Can you bring it a little bit closer, Councillor Goff? Thank you.
One comment. In terms of key responsibilities, championing, leading, the original draft had coordinating. I wonder whether there's a case in Table 1 for relation of those responsibilities in accordance with the Constitution, which talks about lead and champion, the allocated lead member functions, and doing that across the whole board. So for the environmental and indeed the public health, it is lead and champion in both cases.
So I'm not quite sure I understand. I obviously recognise that improvements in public health will also include improvement. You just want to act as a champion in the cause.
As a lead and a champion.
As a lead and a champion.
Which is consistent with the Constitution, which talks about council members of the constituent council members, including following responsibility to lead and champion their allocated lead member functions, which seems to me to sort of capture the nature of the task.
Absolutely, I'm looking for leadership from Councillor Smith and leadership from Councillor Bowden on both of these issues, but to help the Combined Authority Board work together. I don't have any objection to that addition, so that would make sense to me. Don't see anybody else want to make a comment about that? Okay. Okay. So I'm going to move to the vote now. So I'm moving the recommendations from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bowden. So recommendations A and B require an amendment to the Constitution. They require a vote in favour at least 2/3 of members present and voting, or their substitutes, to be approved. Recommendation C requires a simple majority in favour of those present and voting. I will ask the monitoring officer to confirm the outcome of the vote. A reminder to the public and press that co-opted members of the board do not have voting rights. So, votes in favour, please raise your hands. I see that as unanimous. Would the monitoring officer confirm the outcome of the vote?
It's confirmed now that unanimous vote, so all of those are carried and that's approved.
Thank you.
With the additions agreed.
Okay, thank you. Item 1.7, the appointment process for 2 independent persons. Robert Park, can you stay with us to introduce this report?
Thank you, Mayor. So independent persons arrive in the specific context of member conduct complaints, and the legislation underpinning this requires that local authority entities such as the Combined Authority have available to them independent persons to assist with it in the process, and the Combined Authority's arrangements for the investigation or response to member conduct complaints refer to independent persons. The combined authority doesn't have an independent persons appointed. It has an independent person appointed to the Audit and Governance Committee for a different purpose, for the audit purpose. So this report before you, members, is seeking approval to agree and carry out the process for the recruitment of the 2 vacant independent person roles. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Bailey.
It's not really a question, it's a request, really. In Appendix 1 on page 75, it talks about the independent person not being, the last bullet point, an active member of a political party. And I think the word active is a bit problematic because that's subjective. You know, is going on Twitter and making political comments active, is putting out leaflets active. You know, it's open to interpretation. So this has caused problems in the past in other authorities. So I do think it'd be much better if it just said that the independent person will not be a member of a political party.
It's a discussion point. Does anybody else want to? Sorry, does anybody want to come in about that? I can see there is ambiguity in what is activism, and different political parties have different levels of activism.
Yeah, we need to have confidence in the impartiality of independent persons, don't we? So I just think it's better if it's taken out, really.
Okay, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the word independent should mean independent. So any membership of a political party should disbar someone from one of these 2 positions. So I'd agree with the removal of the word active.
I don't have any problem with it myself, but you know, does anybody? A Gallic shrug there from Councillor Herbert. That's fine. Okay, well, can we? Monitoring officer, is that okay?
Yep, if members are happy to proceed on that basis, we can move forward to the vote.
Okay. With that intervention from the floor, yes, can we move forward to the vote? I'm moving the recommendation from the chair with the correction as suggested by Councillor Bailey. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bailey. Okay. So there seems to be consensus on this, so I propose to take the recommendations as approved. Hold on, we'll take the vote. So we'll move to the vote. Votes in favour? Okay, that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 1.8 on the agenda. I think some of you may have been alerted that this report has now been planned to be withdrawn and will be brought back to a future meeting. Partly this was because I didn't think there was a particular urgency, but also if our monitoring officer wants to give an explanation as to the reasoning.
Happy to do so, Mayor. So in discussions with the Mayor in preparation for this meeting, we're reviewing papers. I think there's firstly a point is that we're starting our working relationship and looking forward to papers coming forward and matters that we had programmed. Number one, the Mayor expressed a view that, as he's just explained, that there's no urgency to look at this. And number two, he would prefer that we investigate the possibility that an independent remuneration panel be established by more than one constituent council, and therefore that we look at doing that. Obviously, there is a risk that there's no such independent remuneration panel planned between more than one constituent councils, but we'll keep the matter under review, have some further discussions with our constituent council colleagues, and come back into the future. But for the time being, the Mayor would like to leave this item and therefore to step this report down.
The floor is open to any questions if you would like to make them. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I just don't understand the rationale for that at all. I'm sorry if I've misunderstood what you're saying, but I mean, you know, we've always done it like this. There's an IRP that is available and ready to spring into action. And I'm not really sure what the alternative proposal is. Are you suggesting that we would look for independent persons to be made, for the new panel in the future to be made up of independent persons from each of the constituent authorities, or I'm not quite sure what you're proposing?
Yeah, it would be under an IRP appointed by more than one constituent council. So where there was an IRP running as between a number of councils rather than simply the combined authority and a constituent council. So So we're tasked to see whether something of that nature may come forward. Clearly, there's a risk that for the time being it's not coming forward, but we've been asked to look at that and to come back at a future date.
I'm sorry, if I'm not being very bright about this, but I don't understand what you're proposing. Are you looking for independent persons from each of the constituent authorities to make up a new combined authority IRP panel? Is that what you're seeking?
So there's no proposal before today's meeting. The paper is being withdrawn, but I've been asked to look to see into the future whether there may arise an IRP which is jointly appointed by more than one constituent authority. So an IRP that's arising out of more than one authority appointing it at the same time.
Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I welcome the fact that you're giving an opportunity for the constituent councils to have some input into this, and I think that's appropriate. But so far as Fenland is concerned, I think we're quite happy with the very simple arrangements which exist at the moment, and we don't see the need to elaborate on those. So we're happy with the current situation, but we're very happy also that there is consultation taking place.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Councillor Fuller, sorry, I don't mind that. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. If I've understood the proposal correctly, it sounds like you're saying at some point in the future you think there might be an IRP that comes forward and looks at more than one council at the same time. Is that correct?
So we don't know, but we're going to take a look and see if that happens. Clearly, if it doesn't, we'll have further discussions and building on the comments of this board, it may come back as a single IRP, but at the time being, we've been asked to take a look, have those discussions and be in a position to be better informed when we come back.
Okay, I mean, I just don't think that's very likely, because the way this tends to operate is each council will initiate its IRP following a set of elections. Most of us move to all-out elections. That's the trigger point at which then you set the allowances for the forthcoming 4-year term. So it's not done on an ad hoc basis. I think you'll struggle to find councils doing it at the same time, frankly. And I personally, Mayor, I mean, this is, well, we're being told it's your call. I think it's a mistake. It's the start of a new mayoral term. This would be the time to review the allowance and set it for the next 4 years. Your own working situation is different to the last mayor's, so I think it would be entirely appropriate for it to be reviewed now.
The reason, as I think Robert Parkin has alluded to, is that having taken many soundings over the course of the last 2 months, the idea was to be as inclusive as kind of Councillor Bowden alludes to. It may well be, Councillor Fuller, that the idea of it is impossible to actually implement, but I still think it's worthwhile to try and be as inclusive as possible for all constituent members of the combined authority to have their feel of an input into this actual decision-making process. Councillor Bailey.
I mean, the normal role of an IRP is to interview people to garner information and views about the situation. So the role of the constituent authority members could just be done through interview by the IRP, so that they've got input into the mayoral allowance. That would be the normal thing. And I agree, really. I think now is the normal time at the start of the mayoral term, and I think we should be going ahead, really. You're don't seem to have suggested when you're bringing it back, or I think we should go ahead personally.
Councillor Fuller.
Well, just to say, Mayor, I think there's been some misunderstanding here, because the IRP is not made up of members of the constituent authorities. These are independent people that are not connected to our authorities. That's the whole purpose.
So I understand the process, but obviously different councils take responsibility for it. Again, I reiterate the point that you have made it clear on several occasions that you want to be included in this. And for my feeling, it was better if it was seen as different councils, maybe one, maybe more than one. But in an ideal world, inclusivity could be 7. But I appreciate the likelihood of it being able to do, involving all district councils, putting representation forward, may not happen. But the idea is a good one, and I stand by it. And we will bring it back as quickly as possible, because it will be something I've tasked, acknowledging that we are at the start of a term of office from the mayoral point of view. The sooner it comes back, the better. But to reiterate, this is following several comments made around this table of wanting to feel part of a combined authority.
Sorry, Mayor, you interrupted me. Could I conclude
My
my
apologies, Councillor
point?
Fuller. Yeah.
So it seems the issue is then that the panel has been appointed by East Cams, is really what you're saying. But as I say, these people are independent people. They're not connected to our authorities in any way. So it's not going to be the case that you need to bring these different people from different authorities together, because they're not necessarily constituent relevant people.
Yeah, it's certainly, yes, of course, we understand, and in discussions with the Mayor, of course, the Mayor is aware that the appointees are independent. It's in the name, it's regulated. I think it falls back to a point which the Mayor is making about a process being, as it were, originating in more than one constituent authority, which is, as I understand it, where this is coming from.
Austin Adams.
I might be missing the point, but the logic here in my mind is you've got independent people overviewing the recommendation, and the recommendation has to be brought to this forum, and this forum fully represents all the interests of the various moving parts. Is that not sufficient to satisfy that requirement, that the decision at the end of the day, whatever the recommendation from the independent people, is in the gift of the people in this room? I recognise the intent and what, you know, the direction of travel and what you're trying to achieve here, Nick, but still explore. Yeah. I just wonder whether this is the best example to deploy that thinking on, because there's an existing process, there's an imperative to get it done, and we hadn't ought to be spending time in these meetings talking about simple issues like this.
As the one who would be most affected by the final outcome of it, I am telling you, I do not see it as an absolute rush to do this thing. Although I can appreciate the other argument at the start of a term, it makes some sense. It is in the spirit of what I have been asked to do that I brought it to this. I came to that conclusion. It was something that Robert Parkins, the monitoring officer, said it is something that could be looked into. I guess I would have hoped this would be met with more enthusiasm for the idea of being more inclusive around the combined authority. But, you know, and that's why I brought it forward. Councillor Fitzgerald.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I think Austin's just made a point. I think if there were people around this table saying they wanted more of an active role in the involvement of the formation of the panel from constituent authorities, then you'd get that here. So I'm not saying it. I don't see anybody else here saying it. So I don't know what the other side of the room thinks, in the sense that you may, Nick, I understand, and I get what you're trying to do, but I'm not sure if it's necessary. Because if we're all happy with the way it's being done, and again, it does come back to this board, I don't see the point of doing it, but I understand why you're trying to do it. I appreciate the sentiment, but Lewis may share the same view, I don't know.
Councillor Herbert.
I may be the person with the longest teeth. I've never said that before. Having been involved in this, I do recognise there are more important items on the agenda, but on this, as I recall, John Hill proposed that the East Cams remuneration panel lead on it. And if we had one person from one district's panel and one person from another council's panel, I think that would be enough. I don't think we need to sweat too much about this.
Thank you. As I say, I have withdrawn the item and I will bring it back. Sorry.
I was just going to say, if you are still going to withdraw it, can we please have it scheduled for the next Combined Authority Board meeting, because this needn't take long.
Yeah, no.
We can
I
resolve
absolutely
it by then.
agree, Councillor Bailey. I would like to take that as a point of, withdrawn with a view to coming back to the next board meeting. Thank you. I'm going to move on now to item 1.9, the performance report and 6-monthly devolution deal update. Roberta Fulton, the programme manager, joins us to introduce the report.
Hello, can you hear
We've got a connection with Roberta. Oh, hello, Roberta.
Hello.
Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members. Good morning, everyone. Item 1.9 of the agenda is the performance report, which includes an overview on delivery as at the end of June 2021. In addition, this report also covers the 6 monthly update against devolution deal commitments as requested by the board at their meeting in November 2020. Appendix 1 is the performance dashboard and provides detail on how the area is delivering against its key metrics, which are the 3 graphs you can see at the top of the page. As members will see, the latest GVA figure has witnessed a reduction in the latest data. This was announced by the Office of National Statistics in May of this year and reports a decline of 135 million in GVA for the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area. The last time we actually had a decline like this was in around 2012, 2013, so this was unusual. Officers investigated this and the decline is centred upon Peterborough. We've analysed the actual figures themselves, discussed these with ONS directly, and that decline is largely related to the financial and insurance services sector, which ONS has suggested could be due to a significant change related to one single company. In 2019, the Thomas Cook Group went into liquidation, and this included around 30 companies, many of which were in that insurance and financial services sector. Just for a bit of background, for the same period, ONS also reported a loss of 4,000 employee jobs for Peterborough, whereas across the rest of the area, employee jobs increased by about 13,000. So there was still a net increase of about 9,000 jobs. The performance dashboard in this format was agreed by the members at the board meeting in November 2019. Officers will be considering working on a new refreshed format that will be presented during the autumn. This will seek to be more, include more outcomes measures to reflect the increasing maturity of the delivery agenda, as well as taking into account the Mayor's priorities for the 3 Cs, compassion, community and cooperation. In addition to the metric data at the top, Appendix 1 also includes the RAG status of the Combined Authorities key projects, as well as the overall movement of projects and the number of red-rated projects across the entire portfolio. Appendix 2 of this report provides an update against the commitments within the devolution deal. Like I said, this update was first taken to the board meeting in November 2020, and it was agreed where we would provide 6 monthly updates. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions.
Open to the floor. First up, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 separate points, so I'll make them separately.
Okay.
The first one is, it is disappointing to see the numbers for GVA and the failure to not merely to meet the target, but failure even to meet the baseline. And the whole purpose of the combined authority is to increase and in fact double GVA. I'm particularly concerned, and it's been reinforced by what we've just heard, that we may be seeing within the combined authority area an increase in the divergence between the most successful parts, financially successful parts of the combined authority area and the less successful parts. So we're actually seeing an increase in that disparity, where we should be looking to reduce the inequalities and the economic inequalities which exist within the combined authority area. Given that the figures that we have in front of us here have been at least partly, the blame has been put on the northern part of the combined authority area, is it appropriate for more consideration to be given to reporting separately on different parts of the area, particularly this north-south split, which is mentioned in the Spear report, because there is a grave danger here that economic growth will continue to outstrip, in the south, will continue to outstrip any economic growth in the north, thus exacerbating a whole host of problems that we have to deal with, whether it be transport or social problems, housing, and a whole host of other things. And it's an important indicator for us to have. Because if we have that indicator, it focuses our mind more on the function that we should be fulfilling, which is to reduce that inequality rather than to allow it to increase.
Councillor Bowden, I agree with every word you say. I would guess I would ask Roberta if that's something that could be looked into in future reporting. I mean, it might mean the reports are slightly longer, but I too share your concerns about differential GVA growth across the region, and it would be helpful if as a combined authority we had that information to hand. So I would take that as an action point, and as the Mayor to follow up on your thing. As I say, I agree with every single point. You had 2 points, but does anybody else want to? We'll come back.
No, I'm happy for
okay,
people, but I'll come
Councillor Herbert.
No, I'll come back later.
I think we as leaders should have a discussion about this. Of course, I want to see growth benefits spread across the county, and I'm the first to support strategic infrastructure that unlocks opportunities. I keep mentioning the A47, even though I'm not a road fan. But I think there's sometimes an element, and I may be wrong, Councillor Bowden, about levelling down. And I do think that one of the things that we haven't really investigated, and it is in the SPEAR report, is that we really don't take advantage of the most exciting things that are happening in Greater Cambridge, and I would include companies in your zone as well. I would include Huntingdonshire. I don't think that we help our teenagers in particular. I don't think that we make enough links with some of the world-leading, amazing companies in our geography. So first, I just make this point because I just think we do need to nut this one through. Because I do think that with appropriate transport links, and I know that not for any other reason than crappy transport systems, that there isn't a great deal of movement of people out to work from areas like Fenland or rural areas, simply because it's really difficult to get in and out. So even the numbers that go from Fenland to Peterborough are disappointing in terms of movement, where you compare it to a different geography in other parts of the country. So I do think we should discuss this. I also think that whilst there are these three geographies, there is a sense of unity about it and the fluidity. So there's a lot of linkages between Cambridge companies and Fenland, Huntingdonshire and Peterborough companies that we kind of haven't really looked at enough. My broader point there is that this data is to the end of 2019, if I read it right, and Rebecca might correct me. I'm not expecting to have 2020 data, but clearly if some of this data is accurate, we need to dig into it, because this is before all of the impacts of COVID, and clearly part of it. And I know that our council's appointing an economic development officer. We didn't think we needed one. And we haven't had one since 2006. South Cambs, Huntingdonshire and most, and I'm sure Fenland and other councils have this kind of base for linking with the work that the combined authority does. So I do think that we should dig into this data. And my final point, and sorry to be a bit greedy, is that personally, and other councillors can take a different view, I didn't think that we did enough to sweat exactly the words that we signed up to in the devolution deal when we did the last review about how are we performing. I'm not a slave of government. We are not. We are bottom up. But we did agree ways and forms on things like skills, on things like education interventions, and a range of interventions which we may still decide aren't important enough to be priorities. But I do think, Mayor, that it's time during the rest of this year before Christmas to do a fuller match-up against the original devolution deal. And I think it is part of you successfully getting support from government for the 100 million and the dialogue back. If they don't think that we've listened to them enough, we can say you haven't talked to us enough, but we do need to get on better with MHCLG.
Councillor Bowden.
If I may just come back, I agree absolutely with every word that Councillor Herbert has just said. And I think that the point he made about there needing to be more discussion between us all as combined authority members about the strategic way forwards to manage growth, I think that's a really important point, which would be very well worthwhile, if not in public, then at least in our leader strategy sessions, because we actually have some real opportunities, a lot of opportunities within the combined authority area, which many other parts of the country would give their eye teeth for. Yes, the amount of growth and the potential overheating that there may be within the south of the area is a problem, but it should also be looked at as a real opportunity. And if we can get our act together between the requirements and the opportunities which there are in the north of the combined authority area and the opportunities stroke problems in the south of the area, I don't believe it's beyond the wit of man for us to be able to move towards some reconciliation of those two opposing requirements, which seem to fit together all too well if only we can get our act together. And it's not just a matter of transport, of course. Skills most definitely come into it, as Councillor Herbert said, and other things as well. And it may well be that we would actually want to look at ways in which there may be some movement of companies and businesses from the south to the north where it's appropriate, because there is such a requirement in the south to promote the very fast expanding industries which exist there, which definitely we don't want to level down. We do want to level up. And so I think that suggestion being made by Councillor Herbert is one which you should take up, Mayor.
Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. I completely agree with everything Councillor Herbert has said, and
I'm going to walk out.
just as an aside, as he's not a fan of roads, I do hope he took the opportunity to come on the guided buses there and have a walk through our lovely market town.
Well, I look forward to meeting up with you, Councillor.
I'm coming to see you on Friday on the guided bus, Councillor Herbert, so I hope you came here today on it. Well done, well done.
Councillor.
Well done.
Okay.
I think two really valid points there, Mayor, and we've talked recently, haven't we, about a combined authority away there of sorts. I think we've got two topics there that would be really worthwhile for that to be the subject of discussion. It's something that Lewis, Bridget and I have been saying for several years now, in that you don't help the north and enrich the north by starving the prosperous south, frankly. We do need to continue to feed that growth and help spread it around the rest of the county. So I'm very much behind that. And I'm entirely with Councillor Herbert on the wording against some of the actions here on the devolution deal. I think we do need to get back to basics with that and really review what that means, what each of those commitments mean to this new combined authority, and make sure that we're hitting the right targets, and in a way that, as Councillor Herbert hints at, in a way that will land well with government, because we do need to improve that relationship and we need to make them have confidence that we're doing what we all agreed we would do back in 2016 when this deal was signed.
Thank you, Councillor Fuller. I agree. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just a couple of comments, and I've got 3 questions, if that's okay. On page 87, on the housing targets, it talks about the need to seek to support policies to meet the target. In other words, hit the number of homes that we're required to build. But I just wanted to make the general point that it's not just about meeting the target. The housing policy has an incredibly critically important part to play in the mission of doubling GVA, and I think that needs to be recognised. It's not just about hitting housing target numbers. On page 89, it talks about the fact that the Combined Authority is developing a range of projects to provide world-class connectivity, including the bus reform project, and mentions a couple of other projects in there. And you know, we're going to talk about it later, but I think with the demise of CAM, that description is not particularly accurate, to be honest. I don't think there will be anything world-class left about our sort of public transport vision, frankly, without CAM, so I think that might need updating. And 3 questions. On page 85, I just wondered why the housing data for 2020-21 hadn't made it onto the graph. So that seems to be missing. On page 97, which talks about the Ely North railway project, the junction upgrade, it has always been the stated policy up to this point that we would only support the junction upgrade at Ely North so long as road access was retained for local residents, Queen Adelaide, Prickwillow, North Ely, and it often doesn't get stated in little snippets like this, and I think it's important that it is stated because it's what we've promised our residents, and I hope that the Mayor is supportive in that promise. I'm not putting you on the spot now, Nick, because you probably need to go away and get familiar with it, but it is critically important, and it has up to now been a promise that we've made that we will only support this work so long as road access is retained for our residents. And I'm asking you to just make sure that you're comfortable with that, and let's restate that aim, and can we please make sure it's included in documents that talk about that project. And then finally, page 93 talks about the enterprise zones. My question really is that we need a new plan for the enterprise zones. Their incentives to bring business in to our geography ran out really in March, I think it was, and we haven't got any new thing on the table, and we seem to be sitting around waiting and expecting government to hand us something, and I don't really think that's good enough. And we need to support our enterprise zones. They were set up with a lot of effort and for good reason. They've been doing a good job, and they need to be able to continue that. The one that is in East Cambs, Lancaster Way Business Park, has got some exciting stuff going on, but we've just managed to unlock the possibility to expand that site by delivering the BP roundabout upgrade, and yet it's not got any real reason to offer businesses other than the fact that it's a really well-run business park with some nice things on site for workers. It's not got any financial business incentives really to offer, and I don't think we should just sit around waiting for government to hand us stuff. We need to put a package together and go after it and start promoting our enterprise zones. Thank you.
Anybody else? Oh, no, sorry. Okay, Austin.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, this is fundamental to the business board and this dashboard, and the granularity that sits behind it of data is fundamental to the decisions that we make. There's a couple of points worth noting, I think. We have information to some extent on what the forward forecast looks like in respect of some of these measurements, given the investments that have been made. It would be helpful, I think, to reflect that on this dashboard so we can see what we can expect based on what work has been done, cognizant of the fact that many of the investments, if we go back to the original devolution deal and when this was cast, were delayed by a year to 18 months because of the difficulties with the LEP, taking all of that apart and having to rebuild it. So it is understandable that I think we would rightly be behind the curve from the original expectations because of that, and because of the impact of COVID, of course. But nevertheless, I think if we could map out what the forward projections look like, we would be comforted by the fact that certainly on GVA and jobs, I think the projections will show that swinging back quite dramatically.
Thank you. We were asked to note, sorry, Councillor, this is the second point.
Sorry,
Councillor Bowden, my apologies. Second bite of the cherry. Second bite of the cherry.
Can I get an answer to my question about why the data's missing?
We'll come to
Well.
Roberta. So,
Thanks.
actually, if Roberta's still here, we'll go back to that question, why data was missing in regard, was the housing, I think you mentioned, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Councillor?
Yeah,
Roberta, can you give us an answer to that, then we'll come to Councillor.
Apologies. Yes, the data for the housing was the most up-to-date data. When this dashboard was created, the 2021 data wasn't available, but obviously we will be looking into that when the next dashboard is created.
A sort of answer.
Apologies.
Okay, thank you, Roberta.
The 21, the financial year finished a while ago now.
Right.
Anyway, we'll get it next time.
Second bite of the cherry, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. In my capacity as lead member for public health and also champion and health generally, it's item 37 on page 96 in Appendix 2, talking about health, the sustainability and transformation planning. Unfortunately, the comment is a little bit out of date and shows maybe that we're not as in touch as we should be with what is going on since not merely have we been, has there been a lot of working together with the STPs, but that's now progressed further, and we're now into the stage of integrated working being established in many areas across the piece between health and social care. And I think it's important to recognise that fact that we are progressing.
And in that intervention, Councillor Budder, you've already identified why you are a leader for public health, so thank you for that. I know I absolutely recognise that as a significant change for all of us in the combined authority area going forward, working with partners in health. So yeah, we'll need to update that. Thank you for, we were asked to actually note the latest performance, but actually can I just commend to all of you, thank you for some very helpful interventions. I'm sure that Paul Rains, our Director of Delivery and Strategy, would have noted all those very helpful comments, and we'll try and make some more significant amendments to that when we bring this back to you at the next board meeting. It is properly tracked and you are much happier with it. Thank you. Okay, I was going to do the budget report. So we're moving on now to part 2 of the agenda, which is finance. Item 2.1 is the budget monitor update report, which will be presented by John Alsop, Chief Finance Officer. John, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, John.
Sorry to intervene. I just wonder about the appropriateness of hearing this first before the CAM item, because this actually asks us, you know, to note changes that we haven't made yet.
Okay, that's a fair point. To be honest, I was going to make one single, I'll take that, and I'm happy to, John, can you just hold for a moment? There is one other item which I, for various reasons, and particularly making sure that Councillor Fitzgerald gets to the dentist on time.
Oh no.
It's 2:30, Mike.
2:30.
There is item 3.7, Angle Holdings, the directorships, where I will need the deputy to take the chair and for myself to leave the room. So if I can propose to move that one forward now, and then maybe if we go to item 3.1, I'm happy to kind of talk about the future transport strategy and one CAM, and then go to the finance update. So John, sorry to stand you down. You are standing down, I am standing down, and Councillor Fitzgerald, can I ask you to, on item 3.7, sorry to jump forward, but could you, item 3.7 relates to the directorships of Angle Holdings. As the recommendation refers to me, I will leave the meeting room for the duration of this item and the vote. Deputy Mayor, will you chair this item?
Yes, I will, as soon as I scoot to 1.7, page 1.7.
3.7.
I believe I'm out.
He's gone.
Does that mean it's a free-for-all? We can vote in whatever we like.
When the cat's away.
Okay, I think everybody's gone. So indeed, if we scoot down the agenda to 3.7, it is on 1.75, either in the pack, whether it's paper or on the electronic version. So the recommendations are clearly laid out there in A to C. Robert, is this something you want to speak to or introduce here? Do you want to make any comment? It is fairly clear what we're doing and why, so.
Deputy Mayor, no, nothing. If members have any questions, hopefully the proposals are straightforward and intelligible, but I'm happy to take any questions that arise.
Councillor Ryan Fuller.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm happy with the suggestions here. Could we just have clarity on why the advice has been for the Mayor to leave the room? I mean, local authorities make external appointments all the time, and we're not required to leave the room. That would indicate there's a personal pecuniary interest here, but this isn't a remunerated position, is it? So I'm just struggling to see why we've gone through the process of excluding the Mayor from being in the room.
So happy to answer that, Deputy Mayor. So the answer is that he's not physically excluded in the sense of it being insisted. I think that the Mayor wanted to give space for you to have a free choice without him being present and to have a free debate rather than anything else, but I don't think there's anything more. There's certainly no suggestion that there's a DPI, which, as you say, isn't engaged in this. It's not an office for profit or gain. and therefore he could have remained, but by leaving gives you space to have a discussion which is free-ranging.
If I may come back,
Yes, indeed.
fine, I accept that. It may have been helpful for the mayor to have expressed that, because by doing this, it's given the impression perhaps that there is more to it than there actually is. Yeah. And it's actually very straightforward, and there's no problems here, I don't think, at all. So. Deputy Mayor, yep, take this points on board. I think there's a point here around guidance on leaving the room. I know that convention historically, and I think convention within the CPCA was to have individuals leave the room. I'm happy to review that and certainly make sure that in the future you know, that choice and that decision is brought forward and spoken to before the board.
Anybody else? I would probably agree that he may not know what we might say. So, but nobody's got anything to say, so it's perfectly fine. It's obviously sensible that it can't continue as it was, because James Palmer, the former mayor, of course, was officially appointed to that position previously, as stated in the paperwork. So, are we all in agreement? Agreed. Agreed. Yeah. I think with protocol, I'll ask for a show of hands again. It seems we're doing that on everything. There we go. We'd like to carry on the good work of democracy. That is unanimously agreed then, Robert. So we can go back to wherever we want. We could wait 10 minutes though, if you wanted.
Chair,
yes.
Keep going.
We just
got that through that one quickly.
Oh, we all agreed that Mayor should be excluded, right? No, I'm sure somebody will find him. Yes.
I don't think you went
Mr. Mayor, you're no longer the mayor, apparently. We just decided. No, we're all very happy. So you'll be pleased to know that it was unanimously accepted.
First time I've ever become a director as well, so you know.
Yes,
my life changes continues. Thank you.
There you go. Back to you.
Fine. So thank you, Councillor Bailey, for that suggestion. We were going to move on to part 2 of the finance agenda, but if John, you've stood down, instead we'll move to part 3 of the agenda first, certainly 3.1, and then go back to the finance agenda. So part 3 of the agenda is decisions which are coming direct to the Combined Authority Board. Item 3.1 is about our future transport strategy and One Cam Limited. This key decision was added to the forward plan under general exception arrangements on the 15th of July 2021. Now, just before I go on, and possibly in absolute recognition of Councillor Bailey's intervention, I really want to recognise that this has been a contentious nature of this subject. During my electoral campaign, as you know, I was not a supporter of the CAM. And indeed, within minutes of election, I was being essentially, in my new life, approached and harangued almost by the media, pushing for me to give answers about its future. The one thing I have learned over the last few months, that it is not necessarily for the mayor to make decisions, it is for you, the board of the Combined Authority, that will make the final decision of what the future. So in bringing forward this report today, I'm hopeful that it will easily explain to you, the board, and how we can be involved going forward. And you will feel full inclusion in the development of a new local transport plan. I ask Chief Executive Kim Sawyer to introduce the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Purpose of this report, members, really, it has 4 recommendations, but really 2 key purposes, and those are to report the decisions made by One Cam Limited board to suspend work on the CAM programme pending a final decision by this board on the CAM programme. And secondly, to consider, listening to what you said at the last meeting, is to consider what will replace the CAM programme. And officers are currently exploring that through the refresh of the LTP. And at the same time, we've been asked to review the use of consultants, and there will be a report back to this board on those matters in September. Now, members will be aware that work on the CAM is currently on pause pending an earlier decision of the One Cam board, following which a decision was made to suspend work on the task orders that had been issued out to various consultants. And I've listened to the concerns raised by the board around the making of that decision. On reflection, I think it would have been preferable for me to have consulted members of this board on that draft decision before it was made. As you know, our current rules require that when a decision is made, it's reported to the board after the event. I think in going forward, I think the lesson we've learned is to always make those decisions in draft, circulate them to members of the board, which will then allow us to have a debate before that decision is finalised, particularly on something which was as key as this. And so the purpose of this report and the way it's set out is to assure you that no further decisions will be made without the board being fully consulted. And hence that is why the report is set out in the way it is today. I would only add that the Director of Strategy and Delivery is here to answer any questions on the future direction of the local transport plan, and also Robert Parkin is here to answer any questions around the decisions of the One Cam Board Limited. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you, Paul, for coming to the chair. The floor is open for questions and debate. Austin Adams.
I think my concern, I guess I wish we had been a bit more decisive actually in Journal 100 and moving on, but accepting the fact that there's debate still to be had, providing we can do that and come back to the table in September to make a decision, that's probably not a bridge too far to wait. My concern is the linkage though to the local transport plan and just how long that will take. I guess I'm looking to be convinced that, you know, we've got a meaningful position on that by September. You know, there's public consultation to be done around that. How can we possibly get to September and have meaningful information on the shape of the local transport plan suffice to make a decision that otherwise we could make today if we accepted the point that we're not going to have that information?
I think on that point, it's where I bring Paul Rains.
Thank you, Mayor. So we'll bring a report in September which says where we've got to on reflecting on the LTP, which is obviously something that the board asked us to do back in March. The work that's going on at the moment is looking at both the moving policy picture, and national policy has moved, and obviously with the election here, some of the policy settings that members are giving us have moved as well. There's also just the evidence base has moved. The whole COVID pandemic situation has, what's the right word, challenged some of the baselines that we might have been working with on traffic flows, on passenger numbers, on public transport, and so on. So we will bring back to you in September where we've got to in that reflection. My guess is, partly because of where the national policy is at, partly because of some of those other considerations, and there was some discussion of this in the Transport Committee earlier this month, that what we may see is an emphasis on how the CAM learning can be applied more widely across the area, and that plays to some of the north-south issues that were being discussed in the previous discussion. But also actually, it is likely that we'll be looking at a wider range of policy levers and interventions, and perhaps thinking more than in the previous document about influencing behaviour and some of those levers which, you know, you'll be aware the GCP have been thinking about in their city access discussions. I hope that helps in giving a sense of where the reflection is at.
Do you want to come back, Austin?
Please. So I don't disagree with any of that. I come back to the fundamental point though. Are we going to have meaningful information in September that will inform the decision? Because I don't, from what you've just said, it's a direct question. Will we have meaningful information that will inform the decision as to what to do here? Because if not, we should be making the decision now. It feels like we're kicking the can down the road here, frankly. And my underpinning concern is there's funding tied up here that could be usefully deployed on other matters. And I don't want to be in a position where in September we have another update and we just kick the can down the road again and again.
I'll come in. In defence of my team, I think I've had to move mountains to come to a kind of conclusion as to the direction of which the combined authority is going in. And very importantly, recognising that this is not something that's entirely driven by a mayoral decision. This is again going back to the point made earlier, maybe on a smaller thought, but a much bigger issue. Transport being one of the major focuses of the combined authority and making sure that it improves for all of our communities is absolutely the focus for myself, and I think it's something that we all share. There was a vision. It was a vision by the previous incumbent who sat in this chair, who saw it he talked about a world-class kind of solution, but it wasn't one that I personally shared. And it was one, with a democratic mandate, knowing that when it came down to it at the start of May, more than 50% of people made a choice either between first or second, that they wanted a mayor who had articulated a vision of not proceeding with the camp. As I alluded to at the start of this debate, I recognise there are some good things that were coming out of the camp, and that is what has been tasked with the team, and it is a difficult one for Paul Rains and the team around him to come up with those world-class innovations which distributes fairly over the whole of our area, using expertise and being innovative. And I like you, don't want this kicked down the street. And I absolutely, they have a lot of pressure on them from the mayoral office. Councillor Bailey, you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I've got two areas that I'd like to cover on this. One is around the governance on the actions that have been taken, and obviously the other is about the proposal to cease CAM itself. I do honestly think it's absolutely shocking that an agreed programme of this board has just been systematically and irrevocably dismantled without any discussion whatsoever with the combined authority. There's been no consultation. Thank you, Kim, for recognising that would have been helpful, but it's not just about consultation. We are a combined authority and we should take decisions together, and there have been every opportunity to do that. We've had no formal or informal discussion at all. This is the very first time that we have ever collectively discussed this subject, which is shocking, I think, to our residents. Page 127 says the value of cooperation in particular should structure the combined authority's relationships with its partners. Well, it would have been good to start with the actual board, and having a relationship here. Point made. It feels like the very opposite of cooperation, which you say is so vitally important to you. I know it's been early days, and I know you say you've learned some lessons, but it's not a good feeling from this side of the table. You regularly remind us that we are a combined authority, but that is the very opposite of how this has taken place. The work orders have been ceased, incoming members of staff have left and been paid off at the expense of taxpayers, and the project clearly has been severely harmed by the actions taken. So around the governance, I want to understand exactly who took the decision and how was the decision taken, and what parts of the Constitution were being relied upon to ensure the proper governance of actions taken. Now, I've had some interim response to that. I've been given a copy of the Chief Executive decision notice, but this relates to both the actions of officers as well as the Mayor. And just as a reminder, we received an email from the Mayor directly to the leaders, which clearly stated that yourself, Mayor, had asked the team to stop work on the CAM programme with immediate effect, and have told the principal suppliers to do the same. So that was you taking action. I've had what action. And there are questions to be answered about the appropriateness of the Chief Executive of the Combined Authority using her constitutional emergency powers to end an agreed programme unilaterally with no consultation, and questions around the propriety of that action, given that the stated aim was to ensure that One Cam Limited wasn't plunged into insolvency. You know, the Chief Executive of the Combined Authority is also Director of One Cam Limited, and to be clear, I'm not suggesting for 1 second that there's been any actual impropriety on the part of the Chief Executive, but it is not a good look, and there is a conflict of interest there that should have been considered, and I have seen no evidence that it was considered. And just to note, the decision notice, which should have been reported to the next board meeting, wasn't reported to the next board meeting, so there's been another breach of the Constitution. So to be clear, I don't doubt for a second the mayoral power to end CAM through the budget setting process next year. Clearly, you have that power. And of course, I don't want to see resources being wasted, it's public money. The question that I'm pursuing on this subject is one of governance and whether or not due governance has been followed. And I know it's boring, but it really matters, because when the chips are down and people are in disagreement about things, you only have the rules to go by, so we have to follow them. I believe the more appropriate course of action would have been to bring the matter to a meeting of the Combined Authority Board, a special meeting if necessary. There was absolutely no reason why we couldn't convene as a board to discuss this matter. And myself and Councillor Fuller have therefore referred this to the Audit and Governance Committee, the chair of which has agreed it does need to be looked into, and hopefully we'll get some learning out of that. So on the actual proposal to cease CAM, yes, Mayor, you've been elected, but I would also remind the Mayor that he lost the vote in 4 of the 6 areas. He lost in East Cambs, he lost in Fenland, he lost in Huntingdonshire, and he lost in Peterborough. And I think he would do well to consult his board and work with his board before ordering the use of little used powers in the Constitution to action decisions with no consultation with the board. I just think it's completely wrong. An earlier paper talked about the need for a world-class public transport system, and that's exactly what we need to go with our world-class business and our world-class innovation in our area. The Mayor hasn't yet put forward an alternative, and without wishing to be pejorative about bus franchising, tinkering around with buses does not and will not deliver the game-changing public transport offer that's needed. Paul talked about behaviour change. To get behaviour change, you have to provide a public transport system that is better than people getting in their individual cars and going where they want to go, and that's what CAM would have offered. And the Mayor seems to believe that CAM is all about Cambridge City, and it absolutely is not. That couldn't be further from the truth. It's about levelling up the whole of our geography over time to spread accessibility to high quality jobs, to level up. The Mayor says he cares about the North, and that's exactly why he should be pursuing CAM. I don't know if the Mayor's taken the time to understand the potential, very substantial benefits arising from the intellectual property that was being developed within this project. But he would do well to do so before taking a decision on ending it and killing it off for good. It is very substantial. There are potential huge benefits to be had from it. I don't believe there's been any proper discussion with the Greater Cambridge Partnership about the city access proposals to replace CAM, so it leaves any proposals there in tatters. And we've been waiting for delivery by the GCP to sort out the problems of Cambridge City for a very long time. Business has come out and cited concerns about the loss of CAM. The Mayor has described it as a pipe dream and a white elephant. I've heard those phrases used many, many times about projects that have actually gone on to be delivered. In East Cambs, we were told we'd never be able to deliver the Ely Bypass, Soham Railway Station, but we can, and we did, and we're doing it. And I think it's a very good job that the Victorians had a dream when they built the railways, when they built the London Underground. And I think it's a very good job that scientists mapping the genome didn't just give up at the first hurdle, and a very good job that the people who were, had the ambition for developing a COVID vaccine inside of a year didn't just give up and say it's all too difficult. You know, nothing in life that's worth having is easily won. And to stifle ambition for our geography in this way, to me, is shocking. Of course, our area deserves a world-class transport system. The One Cam project attracted the very, very highest calibre of people to come to work to deliver it, and that should tell you something. It tells you that it's credible, it's viable, it's deliverable. The Mayor has the power through the budgeting process to end CAM. He also has the power today to reverse his decision to end CAM and instead to take it forward. I'm unbelievably disappointed that the agreed direction of this combined authority, which was to go for CAM and deliver it, is being reversed in this way because of something that the Mayor stated while he was in opposition election mode, which is understandable during his election campaign, that we're now going to lose this important project, a project that is for the whole of our geography. And now that the Mayor is here, Nick, you alone have the opportunity to change your mind and to pursue the ambitious, world-class, game-changing public transport system that is CAM. And I'd like to hear from the Mayor, in his own words, not those of his pre-prepared speech, what is his rationale for cancelling? What does he think will replace it? You know, what are we going to hear about in 2 months' time in September? What is his vision for transport for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough? And how will he deal with the Cambridge City access issues? And can he please tell us what the exact geography that he refers to in paragraph 2.4 relates to when he talks about the Fens and the north, because that doesn't sound to me like it gives much thought to East Cambs, Huntingdonshire, Cambridge and South Cambs. The previous Mayor invested £10 million in this project, but let's be absolutely clear, if the Mayor insists on seeing through his cancellation of this project, it is this Mayor, Mayor Nick Johnson, that will have wasted that 10 million quid. And the question that I leave us with is, you know, we've now got another 4-year mayoral term, a mayor with some different ideas. How long is it going to take us to reach a point of an alternative vision, an alternative local transport vision that is world class, and start implementing that? You know, we're not ever going to get anything done at this rate. So I really implore you, Nick, to just really think hard about what you're doing. Thank you for the time. I appreciate I've taken a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Does anybody else want to make an intervention? Councillor Herbert.
I could speak as long, Anna, but I won't, and I respect the strength of your views. I also respect the fact that, despite the fact that you kind of jumbled the election, Mayor Dr. Nick Johnson won the election and was quite clear in the election that his position was that there were going to be better solutions to the transport problems. I won't go into all of the governance issues of the last 4 years. I have scars on my back from trying to argue for good governance. I could make a long list of about 30 serious breaches, largely because the previous mayor, who I have a lot of time for, he had a huge passion and a huge belief, didn't care about process and rushed headlong into projects without really thinking. I could describe Cam Metro as kind of like the Vera Lynn project. You don't know where, you don't know when, and in particular, there was no fundability. So simply on the issues that the mayor I know feels passionate about, rural bus services would not be improved by all of the money and all of the work being done by the One Cam board. All we're doing today, Councillor Bailey, is to basically confirm the suspension of action ahead of, as I understand it, a decision in September. I personally would like to have radical solutions, but I don't think we were in a position to say where the money was coming from. And in the meantime, there's people sitting at different bus stops waiting for buses around the county that only come once every 2 hours. And I do think that we have to have a more practical focus on what's going to be achieved in the next 10 years. I wholly take the point that we need to integrate with what is being done in different geographies. Of course, there may be some view that, as the previous mayor wanted to do, let's just take over the Greater Cambridge Partnership, lock, stock and barrel, let's run it from Ely and not from Cambridge. But it has to be a partnership, and we have to tackle and fund in different ways the geography of Peterborough for public transport, the geography right across Cambridgeshire, and the geography of Greater Cambridge. It is in some ways it's a parallel to the economic geographies. So I don't think the mayor or officers have acted wrongly on this. I do think that you can't just keep spending money, Councillor Bailey, and you do need to suspend. Now, my personal issue is I also want to see a more time spent before we rush into changing the local transport plan. That was my view under James Palmer's leadership. We kept changing the transport plan. I do think there needs to be an update, but I do urge you, Mayor, to take time and to consult well and not use the transport plan as the central instrument. The central instrument is how you, Mayor, use the resources we've got and the opportunities to persuade government and to use other resources around the county to significantly improve bus services and wider and address transport issues. We do rightly, I think, Councillor Bailey, take very seriously the need to come up with an alternative in the gap between the routes that the Greater Cambridge Partnership has got, and which we would like to see extended right over the county, with bus services feeding in and with other services radiating out from Huntingdon, from Peterborough, from March and other places. So we're basically asked to agree a suspension and further report, and I fully support that because I believe the Mayor is elected with that commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Herbert. To the other side of the room, Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Bailey said more or less everything I wanted to say, but much more eloquently than I would ever manage, so I won't repeat it all, and I will try and keep my comments brief. I completely agree on the governance issues. We have very significant concerns, as you and the Chief Executive know. That's why Councillor Bailey and I have referred that to the Audit and Governance Committee, and so I won't say much more on that until that process has been undertaken. With that in mind, though, I would ask that you take the recommendations separately today, please, because I don't think it would be proper for myself personally to be able to support A and B whilst those questions are still being looked at by Audit and Governance. So I think that would almost endorse the approach that, as in A and B, is what has happened. Whereas, you know, there is this question mark around the email that you sent, Mayor, that Councillor Bailey referred to. Just on Councillor Herbert's point, you know, and I do hate to disagree with Councillor Herbert, as he knows, but I do think we've got to move beyond this point of almost excusing bad governance now because of what may have happened in the past. You know, he knows full well, he and I often stood shoulder to shoulder in challenging some of those previous bad governance decisions, but that doesn't change just because we have a change of mayor. If there is bad governance, it doesn't matter who's doing it, we should challenge it. And I think we've just got to stop trying to excuse it because of what may or may not have happened in the past. I don't doubt your democratic mandate, Mayor. You know, you're sitting here, you're duly elected, of course you are, and you won the election, of course you did. However, the logic that you're arguing in support of your position on CAM just doesn't make sense on the basis of the way the election was conducted. Because as Councillor Bailey says, if you look at the way the election was conducted, you lost in 5 of the 6 districts on the first count and 4 of the 6 on the second. So by your very own logic, you are arguing that 2/3 of the county voted in support of CAM. What you are saying is that they did not support your vision for the CAM. Now, look, you know, I know when the final numbers are tallied, you won, but your own logic there has just undermined the point you made. I don't think we're going to get back to the point of getting CAM back on track. You've made that very clear. That's your right as elected mayor, and as you say, you do have a mandate. But I do have concerns that buses seem to be the only answer. Now, we do want a good bus network. We should have that and a world-class transport system as defined in the devolution deal. A really, really good, excellent bus network is not a world-class transport system. And we're already hearing concerns from the business community, as were vocalised in the press a few weeks ago. I think it was AstraZeneca and a couple of others, around the vacuum that exists now, that there is no prospect for CAM, but there is nothing necessarily coming forward to replace it. And it almost goes to Austin's point around the uncertainty, and I think we need to consider that as we're going ahead with this, of kicking the can down the road and the local transport plan coming back. And if that's going to be predicated entirely on buses, I don't think that's the positive vision and message that our business community, or indeed many of our residents are looking for. And, you know, I'll give you an example, a very real practical example of my council talking to marshals of Cambridge, trying to get them to move up to RAF Witton rather than leave the county, go to Cranfield. And that's still a possibility, might add. I know they've got an option now on Cranfield, but that was for very different reasons. And what really excited them about the prospect of Witton was the potential for a CAM link. Now, that's off the table. So I don't know how that plays out. And if I tell them, well, you'll be all right, you'll get a load of buses, you know, I'm not sure that quite has the same appeal. Councillor Bailey's quite right to point to the £10 million that the authority has invested in this project to date. And that will represent a tremendous waste of money by you, Mayor, I'm afraid, by scrapping this. Before really, and you got to grips with the programme once you're elected. And I don't think there's anything wrong actually in getting elected and saying, well, look, I know I said this, but now I've been elected, I've got full access to all the information, I've done a full review of everything, and you know what, I see there's some logic and there's some sense in this, so I'm going to look at this again. There's absolutely nothing wrong in doing that. We've all done that at one point or another. But I sense we've lost that argument, so I won't labour that point. And to finish, Mayor, I would just also like clarification on the point Councillor Bailey has raised. There's reference in this report, and sorry, where are we? 2.12, it's the first bullet point as it goes over to the next page there, about addressing the imbalance in transport links between the north, especially Fenton and Peterborough. Well, there's a huge section of Huntingdonshire in the west that's primarily rural and particularly inaccessible. So I'd like to know what the plan is for that part of the county as well, please, and hope we're not just focusing on the north. It goes to the earlier point that Councillor Herbert and I were both making. You can't help the north by disadvantaging the south. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fuller. Councillor Gough, and then Councillor Bowden. Councillor Gough.
I'd like to focus my comments on recommendation D and pick up from what I think comments have been made previously, included by Austin. You know, this revision to the local transport plan has really got to be a substantive, and it's a critically important piece of work. Has major ramifications for local plans, for the work of the GCP, and all of the constituent councils. And I'm a bit concerned that in the time frame of September, we're not going to get that substantive piece of work without a monumental effort. And I just want to be assured that that monumental effort, which is required, is going to do a number of things. Firstly, it has to engage with the constituent councils. There's a lot of work which is being undertaken at the moment in the context of local plans. We've got in the report the GCP, but there isn't much mention about engagement with those constituent councils and making sure that that information is fed into the local transport plan. You know, consultants, there's reference to consultants here. I would worry if we're not using consultants here, and the consequence is that the work doesn't get done, because the most important thing is that the work associated with this substantive plan is undertaken. So I would like some sort of assurance about the fact that it is going to be the sort of comprehensive review which is actually required here, and that does have the engagement with the constituent councils.
Okay. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I am very disappointed, but that's nothing new when it comes to this subject. I am disappointed about the governance issues which have occurred. I hear the words that you've said and the admission that there were some errors and that you're going to learn from that, and I very much welcome that, and I'd like to draw a line under that to be able to move forwards, although it is appropriate for any governance issues to be looked at by the Governance and Ethics Committee. I fully accept that not merely that you have a democratic mandate to make a decision, but that your position as mayor means that you have effectively a financial veto stroke stranglehold on the budget, which means that you will determine what the future will be. And I'm sure that you will listen to what all of us have to say, but ultimately you're the one who has the responsibility and the power under the Constitution to make decisions about the future. That is the way the Constitution is written. I often had heated discussions with the previous mayor about CAM, not because I fundamentally disagreed with it, but because of its lack of ambition. And we were told that it was a world-class transport system, and the mayor, the previous mayor, did say also that it was a mass transit system, and it wasn't. And I made that point repeatedly to him, and he didn't much like that. But we do need to have solutions in place for the growth which is required in the Cambridge area, not merely as far as housing is concerned, but especially as far as businesses are concerned. We need to have the provision in place so that transport works properly. And it doesn't need to be a world-class transport system, it just needs to be a transport system which works to achieve the objectives that we've got. And you might think, Mayor, that out in the Fens, up in the north of the Combined Authority area, that's not really a great concern, or shouldn't be a great concern of mine. But it is for the very reasons that Councillor Herbert was mentioning earlier on today. And that is that it is the growth potential and the growth impetus in the south of the county which will help us in the north of the Combined Authority area. So I do not want to see, to use the words that Councillor Herbert said previously, I do not want to see levelling down, and I don't want to see an unreasonable and unnecessary break on growth within the south of the county. I just want to see that being able to be spread around more evenly across the whole of the Combined Authority area for the benefit of all. And that's why I believe that we do need to have a mass transit system serving at least part of Cambridge and the area around it. And I believe that we also will need to be, in being realistic about this, to have a more responsive public transport option available to us for ordinary individuals who need to get from their place of residence to their place of work and back. And there is also a place for buses in the future. I'm not saying that buses should stop, far from it, but I think that anything which is based on buses is going to be doomed to failure for lack of ambition. So yes, there has been £10 million spent on this, but I'm not so much worried about the money which will have been wasted. I'm more worried about the time, the loss of time involved in all of this. Because if we are starting again from scratch, it's going to be that much later before we have a scheme in place which is going to serve the residents and businesses of Cambridgeshire as a whole, and Peterborough, and for that matter, making sure that we get towards our ambition of doubling GVA. So that loss of time worries me. And what worries me much more than that is I don't feel that we have any vision being presented to us as an alternative to 1CAM. As I said, I was not the greatest of fans of 1CAM, although I supported it as the best thing which was on the table. But I would really look to you, Mayor, to present something to us which will be better than 1CAM in terms of achieving the objectives that we should have of sustaining growth, of encouraging growth, and also of spreading that growth around the whole of the Combined Authority area. So it's up to you, Mayor. It's your choice at the end of the day, but please do not be under-ambitious in what is proposed. We need ambition, we need a vision, and we need to solve the problems of the future, not the problems of today.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Councillor Fitzgerald, did you want to come in?
I think so. I wasn't really going to comment very much beyond what has already been said, because I agree with most of it. I also agree with some of what Lewis was said, but having not previously been the member here and the deputy, so 1CAM to me wasn't particularly precious, and I wasn't involved in its development. And like Councillor Bowden, I would share some reservations. And again, it's great for the acknowledgement about where things perhaps went wrong. But and I won't labour the point, but I don't know whether the decision was made with full knowledge of the scheme and the implications of stopping it. But you're committed to it, and Councillor Fuller says, I won't labour that either. It's one for you to take, but it is perhaps a lesson to learn that unless you're at the forefront and have all the facts and knowledge and how the scheme develops, stopping it just on a election whim or promise was probably not a sensible thing to do without being aware of all the implications of doing so. Not withstanding the 10 million, as has been voiced already. I also share Austin's concern as well. You know, if it's going, why not do it today? What is the point of a further review down the road if the money is not going to be there? Anna made reference to white elephants. I have a white elephant called Flatton Keys in Peterborough, which has redeveloped the whole of the city centre, but was called the white elephant by opposition parties, mainly the Labour group in Peterborough, and look at it today. So sometimes one has to step forward with confidence, knowing full well that there is risk in delivery, which is what is accepted in the business world, as Austin will know well. What I would say to you, Mr. Mayor, is get a grip and articulate a vision and show leadership for transport in the future, because that is clearly not evident now. So whether this stops today or stops in a month's time, there is going to be a vacuum, as Councillor Bowden clearly points out. The time element here is also critical. So my officers are working hard on innovative transport plans in Peterborough. And you must all recall or remember at this level, both our authorities have veto on transport plans. So you must liaise and work with our respective authorities. But if I could move on just in a more positive mode about the transport plan and not necessarily relating to CAM, you will know in our strategy meeting, but as this is a public meeting, we are keen to develop innovative transport structures in Peterborough, and I'm sure that would be true across the county for my colleagues, that we are also looking to, shall we say, benefit from the electrification of public transport systems, particularly buses. And I would want to see the combined authority working with Peterborough in particular, and Stagecoach and others, to enable a move, for example, in Peterborough of that facility, because there's no point in investing in that charging and electric technology in what is such an outdated facility. We must at pace do that in order to enable that work to go on, because I do want to see electric buses and other things on the streets in Peterborough, as I'm sure many will across the county. And I will be tasking officers to work closely with the CPCA on enabling that and moving forwards quickly. But I'd like to see a connected, joined up transport strategy for the county that is innovative and comes back to world class. So if we can please move on and get that sorted, that would be great, because we're clearly not going anywhere with whatever the current proposal was in part. That's probably all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
And finally, Austin, maybe?
So one last question.
Yeah, by all means.
For me, it's all around the timeline. I'd just like some clarity from officers as to when do they think we will be sat here with a proposal for a revised local transport plan that compels a vision that we can all buy into. Because that's not September, that's clear in my mind, absolutely, that's nonsense. So how long is it going to take?
Thank you, Austin. Paul Rains.
The timeline to which we are currently working would involve having a document for public consultation around in November time.
And the public consultation will take?
Up until about Christmas. It would be a non-statutory consultation because it's a refresh, so it doesn't have to be the full 12-week statutory consultation period. So the final decision setting the new strategy in stone is currently in the timeline for to coincide with the financial year change.
April.
Yeah.
Okay. So I did say at the start of this agenda item, I recognised it would be contentious. And I believe I've given all of you the opportunity to give some very notable and actually very worthy comments within all of your very individual answers representing people of your own communities. I heard very good things, and I heard things that I actually disagree with. I am ready to move on, but I am constrained sometimes by time, but also by having to work with all of you in trying to make sure that we do this in a cooperative fashion. The listening, which I've always talked about, is the compassion. And I've spent a lot of time listening today. Paul, who is over there, has been asked to deliver something significant, and he said he would do it by November. I believe in him. I believe in the team for the Combined Authority, and I believe they do share a vision and a dream, which I think will be innovative. It will be, hopefully, life-changing for all of our communities. So I'm ready to move on. I accept that you wanted to take all of these recommendations in part, and I will do that vote now. And thank you again for all of your interventions. It's been very helpful to listen to you all. Councillor Goff.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to come back. Could I just ask for confirmation from Mr. Rains on this process of consultation or interaction with the constituent authorities before September? It comes back in September. Is whether that's part of the plan? It is part of recommendation D?
Yes, Mayor, it absolutely is. I confess I haven't got the full wiring diagram for the governance around the LTP with me at the moment, but there are a number of officer working groups, and there's a steering group which brings in officers from the highways authorities and the GCP who I'll be sitting alongside to steer the process. Yes, constituent councils not on that steering group, but there is a group working with them, yes. And at the Transport Committee, we had a discussion, you may recall, about members of the Transport Committee offering us advice about how to engage with members in individual councils as we take this forward.
As I said, I appreciate you've all given us a lot of insightful knowledge there, and it's been very helpful for me to listen. I want to finish from a final comment.
But I mean, let's just throw up something else now. So if East Camden, Huntingdonshire and Fenland and South Cambridgeshire, well, they're not excluded because they're in the GCP. So if Fenland, East Cambs and Huntingdonshire are excluded from that steering group, where is our inclusion in this process?
As I said, Councillor Bailey, there's a sort of core steering group, which is the highways authorities and GCP and the Combined Authority, which have the sort of statutory functions around transport. Members of my team then have a working group with other officers, and as I say, we invited members of the Transport Committee to offer us advice on the best way. One of the things we learned last time was that engaging with members in councils is really important, and so we've asked the Transport Committee to help us do that in the right way.
I'm not really sure about that. I mean, this is the Transport Authority. County Council isn't the Transport Authority. Peterborough City isn't the Transport Authority. This authority is. So why have they got a status that the districts haven't?
They're statutory highways authorities.
Yeah, they're not transport authorities.
I'm sorry if forgive me if I said transport, I meant highways authorities.
Well, I look forward to hearing about what engagement we're going to get from East Camden.
I'm sure Mr. Rains has heard about the necessity of constituent councils being consulted as part of this process. It will be something I will be questioning him on, because I don't want to be questioned by you because you feel that you haven't been involved. So that will be something that will come direct from the Mayor. On a positive note, and I again acknowledge all the interventions from yourselves, I do believe that by being willing to work with constituents, authorities in terms of the Combined Authority, you as leaders, but also by an improved relationship, particularly with the GCP, the Greater Cambridgeshire Partnership, of which I have been part of some of their discussions going forward. I think there is a real opportunity to deliver a local transport plan that will deliver for all of us. So I'm going to move to the recommendations from the chair, and we'll do it in order. And is that okay, Sheila? So I need a seconder for all of these, but the Combined Authority Board has recommended A, to note the decision of the Chief Executive to stop task orders in relation to the delivery of the work of One Cam Limited. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Herbert. you want to take a vote on that? Note the decision. Those in favour? Those against? Is that yeah. Any abstentions?
That's taken as a majority. 3 against and 1 abstention.
Taken as a majority vote on those figures. Moving to point B, from the Chair, note the recommendation of the Board of OneCam Limited that the work of the company be suspended until a comprehensive review of the OneCam programme and the local transport plan be completed, and authorise a material reduction in the activity of OneCam Limited pending a final decision in relation to the CAM programme. Seconded, Councillor Herbert. Those in favour? Those against? And those abstaining? I believe that's the same majority vote, same vote numbers as before. Moving to point C. From the Chair, requests that the Chief Executive and the Director of Delivery and Strategy bring a report to the September meeting of the Combined Authority Board recommending future steps in relation to the OneCam project and the further use of permanent closure of OneCam Limited. Seconder, please. Councillor Herbert. Those in favour? Oh, right, okay. Is that unanimous? Okay, thank you. And then moving on, point D, from the Chair, request that the Chief Executive and the Director of Delivery and Strategy bring a further update on revisions to the local transport plan to the Board in September, along with the outcome of a review on the use of consultants in the delivery of this work. Seconder, please. Councillor Herbert. Those in favour? That is passed unanimously. Don't worry. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to propose a 5-minute comfort break. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, God. Okay, I think we've got 5 minutes done and dusted. Thank you, leaders. Now to go step backwards to 2.1, the Budget Monitor Update. Item 2.1 is the Budget Monitor Update, which will be presented by John Ossopp, the Chief Finance Officer for the Combined Authority. John.
Thank you very much. So this report provides an update of the 2021-22 budget position and capital programme for the 3-month period to the 30th of June 2021. The table under paragraph 3.1 shows the summary position for the revenue budget. As it is so early in the financial year, there are only a few material variations of forecast outturn against budget, which now include the carry forward balances which were agreed at the last board meeting. On the income line, the adjustment column shows some additional funds received. Overall, there's a £3.4 million increase in grant income for the year. This includes the Energy Hub decarbonisation grant, which was reported to the board in June, as well as 3 grants where the awarded amount exceeded the amounts that were expected and reflected in the original budget. Those being 1.1 million for additional funds for adult education, 290,000 for the Growth Hub, and 580,000 core funding for the Energy Hub. In terms of revenue expenditure, COVID continues to impact on apprentice numbers, which is reflected in the forecast underspend in the health and care sector work academy budget. And then there is also a projected underspend in the CAM revenue budget, which was brought forward from 2021. That was obviously covered in more detail in the previous item. Summary of the capital programme shown under paragraph 4.1. The first table there shows capital expenditure. Main variances are in the Delivery Strategy Directorate, reflecting a delay in the A10 dualling project, whilst funding was confirmed by DFT, and also the likely reduced funding in year 4 for the CAM. There are 2 changes to the current budget proposed in this paper. The first being a recommendation from the Business Board to increase the allocation of the Local Growth Fund top slice reserve in the next 2 years. Effectively, that will use up the existing reserves balances by the end of 22-23. The second proposal was a request to allocate £350,000 of the Transport Response Fund, which is subject to approval in the budget, to create an advanced connectivity options work stream, looking at potential transport solutions for the north of the area and for Cambridge. Those recommendations are now subject to review a spend of all consultants. And as mentioned previously, that would be form part of a report coming back to the board in September. Detailed breakdown is shown on all budgets for the year, shown in the appendices, together with an update on the capital programme across the lifetime of the medium-term financial plan, and along with further detail of material variances. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any questions from the floor? Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not so much a question for John, rather than yourself, I suspect, Mayor. I didn't get an answer to in the last item about what is the definition of Fens and the north of the area. I want to understand the geography. I want to understand exactly where you mean. It's on this paper again at 5.3. Where we're being asked to allocate £350,000 to create advanced connectivity options work stream to build on the learning from CAM, to establish potential transport solutions for the north of the combined authority area and opportunities for surface-based solutions to congestion in the city of Cambridge. That sounds a lot to me that East Cambs is being completely excluded from that, unless you're including us in your description of part of our area is Fenland. So. It contains Fens. So is East Cambs included in this £350,000 programme, or is it excluded?
A direct question to that I'll answer slightly as an aside. I won't actually be supporting that proposal anyway, in light of the decision in the previous report to review the use of consultants. Also, the thing about the wording of describing the Fens in the north, I agree that's ambiguous. I don't have a specific definition of that. It's something that maybe we need to make sure that when we're preparing these reports, if we are, as I say, looking at how we are targeting funding, that description maybe is not a valid one. So I'm sorry, the two things arise from what you've just said. You just said you're not supporting something in this paper because of what happened in the last. I'm confused what you've said now. It's recommendation C, the approval of 350k subject to approval funds from the Transport Response Fund for the advanced connectivity options. The paper went out. When I reviewed it, I thought that was a little bit unclear, and I was a bit concerned about how that was being proposed within my own organisations and the use of consultants. So I will not be supporting that.
It's a good job we heard this paper second, not first, and as requested by me.
I do. It's a good idea, wasn't it? That's what I said to you before.
This idea of yours about sorting out transport in the Fens and the north and surface solutions in Cambridge City is your vision. Is East Cambs included in that or not?
East Cambs is included in that vision.
The whole of East Cambs?
I have not got a specific definition of talking about Fens in the north. It's not one I recognise.
Does anybody in the room know if East Cambs is included or not?
East Cambs will be included in part of it.
The whole of East Cambs? Which part of East Cambs?
I cannot give you a definition because we haven't put that map together. It is more a narrative about recognising the difference between towards the south to the north.
Well, it would be nice to know whether East
It will be
Cambs-
something that we'll ask my
which
officers to
parts
kind of
East
get a better
Cambs-
definition
Is
of.
there anyone in the room that has that information? Paul? Anyone else?
If you want to come in, Mr. Rains, yeah?
I suppose the way to respond to Councillor Bailey is that during the transport plan work, because of the steer you've already given us through the paper we've just been discussing, we'll be looking at the evidence base on where the issues of transport linking to health inequalities, income inequalities, and so on. And it will be based on criteria that will lead us to.
So we shouldn't pre-assume that that only relates to the North and Fens, and then separately we've got something about Cambridge City. I mean, it's horribly unclear to me what you're saying. You know, and clearly huge parts of East Cambs have, in fact, there are areas in East Cambs which score we're some of the lowest in terms of accessibility to services and facilities and lack of transport. So the fact that we can't articulate if East Cambs is included or not at all, on which parts of East Cambs are included, is not great. Thanks.
Councillor Fuller.
Mayor, I'm sorry to say this, and it's a very minor point, I'm sure you will agree, but we heard from you the other day that letters go out of your office in your name without your oversight. And what we're almost saying now is there's a report here with your name on it, but there's sections in it that you're not clear on, you don't agree with. Can I use the phrase Councillor Fitzgerald used earlier, and Mayor, get a grip, please? Because, you know, I lead the 9th largest district council in the country. I'm a very busy person, but nothing goes out in my name, no reports, no letters, nothing that I haven't seen, agreed with and signed off. And that's causing problems here, because when we receive a report in your name, we're assuming that that's your position, that's your vision, because you haven't defined that yet. We're in that vacuum stage. We have to take what's in these reports as read. And then when you sit there and say, oh, actually, no, I don't mean the Fens and Peterborough, it does include East Cambs, it does include Huntingdonshire, that's, you know, that's very difficult for us to assess on the day. So it's a minor point, but it's an important one, please, Mayor.
Okay, to come back on that. So I think the phrase is the Fens and the North. And I share your concerns about making sure that we can define that more clearly, and I will take that away. But I still believe that if you were to describe that, in my mind, I know where I'm roughly thinking, but I wouldn't give...
Can you tell us where then, if you know?
I've told you, the Fens and the North, and we will work on a more definitive kind of definition, if that's what you require. And that's it, what I was going to say. Do you want to come in, Councillor Burdon? Councillor Goff.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Just to pick up on Councillor Bailey's point here, and this goes back, I think, to my comment before about the importance of the local transport plan and the importance of getting that study right, is because it is really important that the evidence base on which that is grounded is granular enough to pick up these issues of inequality, lack of access to transportation, which don't just sit in one geography which you can draw a circle around. There are areas of South Cambs where we have exactly the same issues of communities who have very little access to transportation, which causes inequality in access to education. And that's exactly my point about sort of getting down into the sort of level of data and analysis, which will then inform the report, because I think we are all with you in terms of what we're trying to achieve with the transport plan, and we're getting caught up with trying to draw circles, whereas in fact it's actually the sort of underlying kind of information which will reveal and will inform that transport plan and the strategies which go along with it.
Thank you, Councillor Goff. Mr. Adams?
I guess on item C, I'd like some clarity around the risks here. Are we saying that given the previous item and the information that's been shared around the extent of the work that is yet to be done to come forward with a new revised transport plan, is there a risk here that we move forward with this and it becomes redundant or misaligned? Or is the completion of the local transport plan contingent upon having this piece in place so we can make a decision as to whether to move forward with the recommendation or not?
Do you want to come back on that, John?
Yes, well, it may actually be a question for Paul Rains, but yes, the intention for the Transport Response Fund is to react to any new initiatives or any government directives that we as an authority need to react to. So it's available there to respond to anything that comes up during the course of business. It's obviously subject to approval within the budget, so it needs board approval to go further. This is just a request, or was a request, to look at the learning from some of the activity that was, or some of the work that was done during the course of the development of the CAM programme, and to look at alternative options going forward. So it will, I guess, inform the local transport plan, but to the extent of that, it's probably, as I say, probably a question for Paul.
I would also, Mr. Rains, do you want to come to the chair, maybe, and offer up additional information?
So I think John's described it. Because of the way our financial governance works, although we've set a reactive budget aside, it's in the subject to approval category. So in order to be able to draw it down to support a new reactive work stream, it needs to come to the board for decision. And so I think officers initially put something in this paper on the basis that we saw a need for that work stream, and obviously that's been discussed, and that would be supported by external support. And so, as has been decided earlier on, there will be a review of the need for consultants. So that's led us to what you said at the beginning.
Thank you, Mr. Rains. I think this is an example, Councillor Fuller, of me getting a grip. And unfortunately, it's a very public demonstration of how I'm holding my director and officers to account. I'm learning how to do the process, and I appreciate Mr. Rains's response. It was perhaps a little bit forward thinking in terms of the way that funds were going to be allocated without a clear steer from myself. I apologise about that. I would rather this particular statement hadn't been in. It was on that occasion, but I believe in open questioning, and it is for me getting a grip by demonstrating that as we move forward, I will be working closely with yourselves, but also my own officers. Oh, sorry,
Nick, I still haven't got an answer to my question.
Okay, I will ask the Chief Executive to come in.
Thank you. If I could just explain, you have just made a decision to the board to support a review of the consultants on the previous item. You've also said that you would like a report to come back to this board in September, which will include a review of consultants. During that, of course, what we're being asked to do is to look at the necessity to support the use of consultants as we develop the local transport plan and the vision for the future of what transport options are going to be for this area. In light of that, then this is no longer necessary, because what you were being asked to do is make a gap in the budget of £350,000 to approve potential use of consultants. What we are now saying is we don't need that, because we are going to come back to you in September with a review of the consultants that we do need, and we will ask then for you to approve the actual spend rather than just making room in the budget as this is asking for. Now, So it is simple. You've made a decision already that you want to make a firm decision in September about what consultants you do want to use. Therefore, it's no longer necessary to have item C in this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully. Is any more questions? Or otherwise, we will move to the vote.
Yes, so are we not doing the work then at 5.3?
I will go refer to Mr. Rains.
We are starting the work without external support in line with the position.
I'm going to just try and clarify a little bit here. This is a discussion that we had at the leaders' strategy meeting, which I remember all of us discussed. One of my concerns within the combined authority, and coming to grips, as you say, with the way that it works within local government and in the organisation that I now lead, was a default position to go straight to consultants. Can I just reiterate from the chair how important consultants are as part of delivering policy in terms of local government? My concern has been that has been excessive expenditure on consultants in different areas of the organisation. This is me drawing attention to it in a very public forum and getting a grip. I hope that answered the question.
So I'd just like to understand, by not using consultants and waiting for the review, what does that do to the ability to further this paragraph at 5.3 and start the work on advanced connectivity options work stream? Have we got the expertise in-house to do that or not?
Over to you, Mr. Rains.
We have a very good team. They'll just have to work a bit harder doing this all in-house rather than putting it out.
So we are able to run this work stream in-house. So we didn't need the 350k request at all then.
That was my concern as the leader of the combined authority. Are we ready to move to the vote? I'm moving the recommendation from the chair. I'm going to take them, we'll do them in sections. So first of all, from the chair, to note the financial position of the combined authority for the year to date. For those in favour? Those against? No, any abstentions? Okay, that's passed unanimously. To B, approve the recommendation from the Business Board to amend the budgets for the Local Growth Fund management costs for 2021 to 2022 and 2022 to 2023. Those in favour? Oh, sorry, I meant our seconders. A seconder for that one? Okay. Move to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Are there any abstentions? An abstention. And then, do we need to go for a second for the A? Okay, fine, we'll take that as. And then finally, the recommendation to approve 350,000 of subject to approval funds from the Transport Response Fund budget for advanced connectivity options. Those in favour? Sorry, that's Councillor Stellan? Are you? Oh, you monkey. Those against? And those abstaining? Thank you.
I'd just like to.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, so that one, point C fell. I'm now moving on to item 3.2. I'll take a deep breath because I think this is a positive report, which I'm looking forward to Mr. Roland Potter, as the head of our transport team, much respected by myself, to come to the table. Thank you. This is on zero emission bus regional areas, phase 2.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members. The purpose of, or the paper that's coming forward to you here is about zero emission bus regional areas, or what DFT are liking to call ZEBRA. And it's a proposal for a submission to be put forward to the Department of Transport in their phase 2 submission process for funding for electric buses to replace current diesel buses within Cambridge on certain services. So the combined authority is recommended to A, note the contents of this paper, B, delegate authority for the Director of Delivery and Strategy in consultation with the Chair of the Transport Committee to prepare, submit and publish a business case to the Department of Transport for the Zebra Phase 2 application for alternative fuel buses and necessary infrastructure. So the history behind this is that the Department of Transport put out the opportunity for expressions of interest to the Zebra Fund, and there was a strategy of you could go a fast track route or you could go a standard route. If you were successful in the fast track route, you got to phase 2 under a fast track process. If you were unsuccessful, you were automatically put into the standard process, so you got a second bite of the cherry. The reason that we're coming to the board today is because the fast track process offered by the DFT does not give us the opportunity to come back to the board with the final submission, which is on the 20th of August. So it was to come to the board in good governance to present what was proposed and seek approval to continue with it effectively. The proposal is very much a first step effectively in the commitment that the Combined Authority Board has given to the climate change challenges of all subsidised routes to be alternative fuel buses by 2025 and all routes to be alternative fuel buses by 2030. This is a significant challenge when our current fleet is in excess of 350 buses. So this is an opportunity, and the expression of interest that we put forward, and we've been working collectively and collaboratively with the Greater Cambridge Partnership on this, and we've approached several bus operators and worked with bus operators, and the expression of interest was put forward. 6 of the 11 authorities that put forward under the fast track were successful. We were one of those 6, which we're obviously very happy about to have this opportunity. The proposal is 30 diesel buses to be replaced by 30 electric buses, and the necessary charging infrastructure to be put in a depot, a bus depot, and opportunity charging to be proposed for the Baberham Park and Ride site, and that is to enable the extended use of the buses throughout the network. The proposal at the moment is in addition to the 2 electric buses that have been on trial by the Greater Cambridge Partnership on the City 2 route. So it's extending on that. We've basically asked for government funding support through this fund of £4.5 million. The total value is something in the region of 14 million. So there will be contributions from third-party organisations, and we will come back to the board should we be successful in obtaining funding from the Department of Transport under this process. And we will have decisions to make in terms of how we then implement it. So there is a joint working group currently active with members of the Combined Authority, the Energy Hub, the Greater Cambridge Partnership, and others. And we've also invited Cambridgeshire County Council's Park and Ride lead officer to be part of it, because the routes are proposed to be Park and Ride and City 2 routes. So at the moment, it's about creating a significant bid to put our best foot forwards to start our electric alternative fuel bus network. So we see this as a great opportunity, and I hope the board do equally. I commend the report to the board, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Roland. The floor is open for a debate.
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome back to Combined Authority meetings, Roland.
Thank you.
I'm very pleased that we've got past phase one of this process. I have to say that I will continue to call it zebra rather than zebra, but different people will have different pronunciations. I do have two concerns. The buses themselves are relatively uninteresting from a technological point of view, other than the battery, of course, and the battery capacity. But the really interesting and challenging part of this is on the infrastructure side. And I fully accept that this is a trial and lots of lessons are going to be learned from it. But the wording in the paper was a little bit vague, saying that there would be charging infrastructure at a bus garage. And I just wonder if it has yet been decided what the location will be and whether the specific grid capacity at that location has yet been assessed. And I would strongly urge that before any submission is made for phase two, that we do have that answer, both of location and of the specific grid capacity, to ensure that we're not putting forward something which is just not achievable. And the second point, on the opportunity charging side, I would just wonder whether a rough cost-benefit analysis of that could be done to make sure that it is actually worthwhile including within this package. Because I'm not personally convinced, and I haven't had access to all of your data, of course, but I'm not personally convinced that that necessarily needs to be part of the package that we're putting forward now.
Do you want to come back on that at all?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Bowden. Thank you for the welcome back. I'm pleased to be back. This work is ongoing, and we've got 3 members of the energy team within the joint working group, and they've been working with power suppliers, and those elements have been considered in depth and proposals put forwards. In terms of the bid, as with any bid, the business case is, well, in this case, it's a 5-case business case, so it's got a strategic, commercial, management, finance and economic elements to it, and there are options within that and considerations given, one of which is that at the depot there's actually any work that is proposed actually isn't just for the 30 buses, but the 60 buses that may operate from such a depot, and there's advanced thinking around the cost benefit of putting a higher potential charging capacity in rather than just the capacity that's required for the 30 buses. So that definitely is part of it. The other thing about the opportunity charging is calculations do need to be made as to whether it is actually required now, or at what point in the future might it be required. And actually it's also the use of the buses at the moment in terms of their demand. The demand on the capacity of the bus varies according to the conditions that it's operating within. So obviously during the colder weather and during the darker mornings and evenings, you've got more demand, and the question is, if we don't put the opportunity charging in, is there a risk that we don't really need to take? So these are things that are being calculated at the moment.
So, just come back very briefly on one of those things. Very interested to hear the suggestion that you would consider a capacity for 60 buses being charged rather than just 30. And my concern there is that as far as grid capacity is concerned, that just increases the difficulty of actually managing to get the charging infrastructure properly supported, at least to the level of 60. Are we sure that we're not necessarily just chasing a white elephant there?
You're absolutely right to raise the concerns. We've been working with the energy team in terms of capacity, and we've been working with the Power Networks organisation actually for some time over the network, not just in relation to this bid. So we've had communication and correspondence with UK Power Networks, who are the main grid provider on capacity, which is not only going to be a challenge for bus, but wider challenges. So we are straying slightly into the alternative fuel vehicle strategy, which is going to be part of the local transport plan. But in terms of this bid, I'm confident that the engagement has been strong and that the supplier is confident that they can provide what is required for this purpose without shutting down the electricity supply for Cambridge, let's say.
Obviously very reassuring. Councillor Fitzgerald.
I'll go early this time. Don't want to miss the bus, do we, really? You may have heard me speak about Peterborough and our aspirations. It would be great if we can participate in some of this, or these new buses. But what I just wanted to say that we were developing a 20-year transport vision, which does rely on autonomous electric vehicles, electric public transport. And when we talk about infrastructure, we must be building into our road network in-road charging pads. So particularly at bus stops and things like that, where you can get little top-ups as the buses go around, which mean they don't rely wholly on charging at the depot. And of course, wireless charging as the vehicle travels, which will become more prevalent for all electric vehicles. This comes back also, Mr. Mayor, in part to visioning and transport strategy overall, how we develop a world-class, if you like, transport vision for public transport in particular. I go to Smart Cities Conference in Taiwan. I've not been for a couple of years, but believe it or not, Peterborough was Smart City of the Year in 2015, with all the work we've done on our circular economy. So I'll be keen to progress that. What I would also ask formally now, I mean, I mentioned it in the previous discussion around the CAM and the transport strategy, is that I would ask the CPCA to investigate the opportunities associated with the relocation of Stagecoach in particular, who are here to stay. We will do all we can to help, but I think they're minded not to invest because it is substantial capital investment for electric buses. It would seem a bit of a shame. So with some urgency, if we want to progress in the north of the county, which is the other major bus operators, there are a few bus companies there, it's not just Stagecoach, but moreover, that all bus companies can take advantage of in-road charging and indeed wireless charging as that develops. So that should form part of our strategy and thinking going forwad, because I think it's essential. But I'm sure my team at Peterborough will be in touch to talk about electric buses ad infinitum, because they love that, and share the transport vision with you and with other members for Peterborough and electric and autonomous public transport.
Councillor Gough, you wanted to come?
I just got a clarification. So, will we actually own these buses, or is it a grant for someone else to own them? And are we responsible for ongoing maintenance or insurance, or how does the actual ownership of this work?
We get one each, apparently.
So more than one each, but
so
Roland.
I'm happy to respond to both.
All right, please, yeah.
I would like to.
I just want to also say, with our energy from waste facility, I forgot, we can power those buses at a lot cheaper if it's particularly located near that facility. Just saying.
Councillor Fitzgerald getting in there early, that's fine. We're all here to represent our areas.
That's fabulous.
Roland, would you respond?
I'll just respond very quickly to Councillor Fitzgerald and then Councillor Gough. I had a meeting with your head of highways officer yesterday, and this subject was discussed, so we're already discussing. It does, and what you've proposed does very much filter into the overall local transport plan and alternative fuel vehicles strategy work. But it is a commitment of ours to look at alternative fuel buses across the region. That is the climate change commitment. So it's a big challenge for the team, but we embrace it, and we will look for funding. In terms of the answer of the commercial side of it, that is being developed in the case at the moment, and the options being looked at on what is the most effective and efficient contractual mechanism for the ownership and subsidised nature of the funding, because the difference in cost between an existing diesel bus and an electric bus is quite significant. There are contractual decisions that need to be made should we be successful, not only in terms of the buses, but also in terms of the power infrastructure and the charging points and the use of it, et cetera, particularly if there's opportunity charging at Babram. So that is all being worked through at the moment within the commercial case.
Councillor Herbert.
You should. Okay. A couple of quick points. Electric buses are really important for Cambridge because,
Can you go a bit closer? Lewis, can you just go a bit closer? It's not very...
Okay, I will also speak up.
Thank you.
So is this loud enough?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Okay, so electric buses are really important for Cambridge. Our worst pollution issues are linked to just the travel hubs, where we've just got an intensive number of buses and taxis. I expect Peterborough has some points like that. Councillor Bailey earlier raised the need for us to come up with some other answers if we're not going to have a CAM Metro, and we already knew we needed to do that in the 2020s, and we do think that a focus on reducing pollution along with reducing congestion is critical. Our city is not as functional, say, as Peterborough in terms of its road layout, and it's we've inherited stuff before the cart and the horse that you referred to earlier, Councillor Fitzgerald. I don't think they even had wheels when we started out on our road network. So we really welcome this. We obviously want to see it go wider, but electric and ultra low is really important, and it will link into the fact that we've got a charging network for taxis, but we could certainly be looking to try and pair that because we've already invested a chunk in that. The other point, in terms of Councillor Bowden rightly raising the general network, yeah, we've definitely got to look way beyond roads in terms of some of our infrastructure challenges. So it's crazy that we can't add renewables onto the network very easily, and that is definitely part, I think, of the answer. When you've got places like the Genome Campus, which consumes as much electricity as a small town, just on one site. So we will not be able to deliver, going back to our previous GVA and employment references, unless we have a much stronger dialogue with the UK Energy Power Network. I can't even remember their nomenclature, but we really do need to up the position of electricity and renewables in our dialogue with government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Herbert. Mr. Adams, Austin.
So, I mean, I welcome this. We've debated it before, and I think the approach is spot on to go to bid for effectively a prototype. We almost certainly won't get it right, and technology will change, but to make progress and learn from that is a definite step forward. I guess I'm just looking for some comfort, though, for the board here that in bidding this, it's not giving rise to any contingent liabilities that we will have to bear going forward. The funding from government, if we're successful, presumably is in the format of a grant, which isn't contingent. This is where I'm looking for clarification. Isn't contingent upon us following through then with the programme to make all buses in the area suitable by 2030.
This bid stands in isolation.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Our ambitions are our ambitions. I see this very much as a stimulus.
Sure.
Effectively.
I agree with that. I just want to be clear what we're signing up for in agreeing to do this, because it could go way beyond the cost of the prototyping work.
Okay, thank you. I noted your general agreement. So if there's no one else wanting to speak, I was going to move the recommendation from the chair, and can I have you as a seconder? Thank you, Austin. So can we move to the vote to accept the recommendations as in the report? Those in favour? And those against? It's unanimous. So Unanimously passed. So, thank you, Roland.
Thank you very much.
Good job done on getting so far. Item 3.3 is the phase 3 of the University of Peterborough master plan and short-term financing. This report contains an appendix which is exempt from publication under Part 1 of the Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 as amended. In that, it would not be in the public interest for this information to be disclosed. Information relating to the financial or business affairs of any particular person, including the authority holding that information. Does any member of the board want to discuss the exempt appendix? Okay, in that case, we will move this item to the, let's move on. All right, so I'll go to Mahmood. Mahmood Farouji, Senior Responsible Officer for Higher Education and the Programme Director for the new Anglia Ruskin University Peterborough development, will now introduce the report. Mahmood.
Actually, I'm going to be.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
He's there for window.
All right.
Sorry.
Hello, John. John will introduce the report, not Mahmood. Sorry, thanks for your enthusiasm.
It's my fault for not editing the brief properly.
Yeah, me not watching either.
Thank you, Mayor, members. The purpose of this request is twofold. First, to seek a 100k grant from the combined authority to Peterborough City Council to contribute to their 300k of costs to finance master planning work on the 70-acre embankment area north of the River Nene, which includes a parcel of land earmarked for the multiple phases of the ARU Peterborough project. The master plan is an essential evidential element required for the future university phases, including phase 3, which, if approved under the Levelling Up Fund in September for 20 million of funding, will require a master plan for the embankment to be present in order to show how the phase 3 university adds value to and contributes to the city centre spatial planning and policy. Within Peterborough City Council's bid to MHCLG under their Towns Fund, a 100k contribution from the combined authority was shown alongside a £200,000 ask to the Towns Fund to finance the £300,000 costs for this planning exercise. The combined authority contribution would come from the Gain Share Fund. The second request is to seek consent for the Peterborough HE Property Company, known as Propco 1, to fund 603, I'm going to be using numbers excluding VAT, 603k of enabling works for phase 3 of the university project from sums allocated to the company for phase 1 of the university. Propco 1's shareholders agreement requires that the company obtain shareholder consent to do this, and as such, the combined authorities board consent is required. The 603k proposed of enabling works will be used to finance an outline planning application for 453,000, a full business case for 50,000, and further phase 3 project management resource for 100,000. The proposal is that Propco 1 will finance this total £603,000 from its own internal cash flow. This money will be recouped from the MHCLG grant of 20 million applied for under the Levelling Up Fund in June when it is invested into Propco 1. It is anticipated that this will be a short-term cash flow support of approximately 6 months. The £603,000 mobilisation works is required for REBA Stage 1 work and design. Propco 1 possesses sufficient funds to finance this work from the invested capital it has received from the combined authority and ARU for the construction of the phase 1 building. The cash requirements for phase 1 between July 2021 and March 2022, while we'll be using this cash facility, are 17.8 million, during which time Propco 1 will have cash reserves of 4.6 million reducing to 3.9 million. Hence, there is sufficient liquidity of shareholder reserves to fund this £603,000. However, you should note that 100,000 of this 603 will be at risk in the event that the MHCLG LUF fund isn't approved. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Debate. Anybody want to come in here? I can see nobody.
Oh, me then.
Oh yes. Please do.
I was hoping for an enthusiastic.
Councillor Alexander. That's enthusiastic.
Yeah, enthusiastic. Needless to say, it won't be a surprise. I will be supporting this suggestion. Not only is it great news for Peterborough and the City Council, but the wider area, because there is a lot of growth going on in Peterborough. You've heard me wax lyrical about. And this is just the next step on the road to that. And I want to make perfectly clear, despite any press speculation, this is for the benefit of the city and no business or individual connected to this grant funding. It is for a master planning appraisal, which is independently derived and will come forward, but will advise and inform about future thinking on what is a very key piece of real estate right in the heart of the city centre. And indeed, the second part of this, in terms of, as John has mentioned, is also continuing on the plan of the journey of the university. And we should, I hope members will wholly support and see the benefit to not only Peterborough, but to many of the surrounding towns, and Fenland as well. Chris will agree, Peterborough is a draw for many places, both living, getting educated, and just travelling between. So I think it's great. I'm happy to support it, and I thank you all for giving it consideration today.
Well, I was going to propose the recommendation from the chair, so I'm assuming you would like to be a seconder.
I'm happy to second that, because we are a team, are we not? Yeah. We are not divided, despite press speculation.
Okay, I have heard no objections to the recommendations, so I propose to take them as approved unanimously, unless anyone objects now. Spirit of cooperation, we'll take that as unanimous then. Now moving away from the cities to the market.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
Apologies. Councillor Fitzgerald needing to leave fairly shortly, and he has an interest on the A47 with agenda item 4A. 4.1. Would it be possible for agenda item 4.1 to be considered next, please?
Yeah. Yeah. 4. Which one? Sorry.
4.1. 4.1.
4.1. Okay, we'll move to 4.1 now. If you can just get your papers all sorted out. Right. So just to jump ahead temporarily, part 4 of the agenda contains recommendations which have been made to the Combined Authority by the Business Board. I would remind members that when the Combined Authority Board takes decisions as an accountable body for the Business Board, it is committing to act in line with our assurance framework in the interest of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area as a whole, and taking decisions based on the recommendations of the Business Board. Item 4.1 is the Strategic Finding Management Review Report for July 2021. Austin Adams, Chair of the Business Board, do you want to share any comments on this, or are you happy for officers to introduce the report?
I think we'll introduce the report first, and then I'd like to come in and say a few words.
Hopefully this won't have thrown a little bit, but Steve Clark, as our Senior Responsible Officer for the Local Growth Fund and Market Insight and Evaluation, would you perhaps present the report? Oh no, is it you, Jonathan?
No, I'd like to stay here to answer questions.
No, you're welcome to be part of the family. So, Steve Clark, are you here? You are in name. Are you in person?
May have grabbed some.
Yeah, no, I'm conscious that.
Yeah. not expecting to be on.
Can we go to one other, can we send a message to him perhaps? And maybe do one other item whilst we're waiting for that. Is that okay? Wayne, have you still got enough time?
Yeah, I'm fine, but I think if it's at the sake of a call to say you're on, we might as well wait 30 seconds.
Okay, well, okay. If anybody, if we can take a 2-minute break, maybe.
There you go.
2-minute break, please.
His phone will no doubt be on silent because he's in a meeting.
Yes.
Unfortunately,
Okay. Yeah, no, fine, thank you. Hello. Okay, we're just waiting for Councillor Bowden. Stephen, thank you for, sorry to catch you a little bit. Sorry, jumping around. Can you hear us now?
Yes, apologies. I'd taken my comfort break.
No, please. Please, no need to apologise. We're just going to wait for Councillor Bowden. I heard a door. He's coming back. Ready for action, Steve? If you could come in now and present the report.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Board. So this report is the strategic update on funding programmes that went to the Business Board. It covers the period of progress on spend up to the 21st of June. Within the report, it covers the monitoring and spending performance of allocated funds. And at Appendix 1, it shows the jobs monitoring collated as of June. It also brings forward any project updates by exception. And in this case, it's Wisbech Access Strategy. And it also provides an update on the Community Renewal Fund and a report at Appendix 3 on lessons learned from that programme for us to apply to next funding streams. And finally, a future funding and pipeline section where at Appendix 4, it shows our current list of potential pipeline projects valued at 350 million. The report also brings a project change request from Cambridgeshire County Council in relation to Wisbech Access Strategy project that the Business Board considered at its meeting. As has already been mentioned, in terms of monitoring, I'll come back to the Wisbech Access change request at the end. I'll just touch on a few points through the paper on strategic overview. The monitoring of programme outputs, as mentioned, shows that there were 3,491 jobs reported as created from all our projects in June. The Community Renewal Update Fund, we submitted 7 projects to government, and we await expected announcements, hopefully in the coming few weeks, to allow us or to enlighten us as to which projects were chosen by MHCLG to take forwards. And the review of the process for Community Renewal Fund, there were 8 areas of learning we identified. As mentioned, we will look to address in the shared prosperity funding when announced in June, always wanting to improve our processes and operation. In terms of pipeline preparation, we've, as mentioned, in autumn, it's likely the government will announce the comprehensive spending review, and we want to be preparing now, really, in terms of what are our pipeline of projects and what are our strategic themes. And as mentioned, we currently have circa 350 million, and that's not all projects priced. And we estimate we may only get 90 to 100 million of shared prosperity over the potential 4-year spending review period. So therefore, the Business Board is interested and in a strategic focus to try and frame some themes under which we can target our SPF into interventions that deliver what the Business Board and the Combined Authority are seeking to strategically deliver. In terms of Wisbech Access Strategy, the change request, the history here is that Wisbech Access Strategy project was awarded 10.5 million of LGF back in November 2018. And then, due to escalating cost projections, the project scope was reduced from 5 junctions down to 3 during 2020, and the budget of LGF was reduced from 10.5 million to 6 million, with the balance provisionally allocated in the CPCA's MTFP coming from Gainshare. The project was due to complete delivery of the revised 3 junctions by 31st of March 2021, but the project has clearly failed to meet that deadline, and Cambridgeshire County Council have provided us with a change request which shows the project has significant cost increases in being able to now deliver the 3 junctions. There's an estimated additional 9 million required on top of the previously allocated 10.5 million. The change request is to continue spending another 1.88 million of the awarded funds on top of the 2.09 million already spent to date, to get the projects to an end of detailed design stage with all the land procured. This would take it to a total cost of spending 3.97 in the project to take it to become a shovel-ready pipeline project on the shelf, ready for any central government announcements on funding. And the breakdown of the 1.88 million is spread across procurement of land, design costs, and further management of the project. Whilst there's obviously local appetite for the project, the Business Board noted there is value in completing the design work to a shovel-ready pipeline stage, but as there is currently no identified funding package further to that, that would enable the sponsor to fully deliver the project and achieve the outcomes originally included in the change request approved last year, the business board opted to reject the project change request. The business board noted a few items in discussion. So the project has now failed twice to hit delivery milestones, and also is now questioning confidence that it's still actually value for money. The business board was concerned over setting a precedent if they had approved the change request on a project where funding was approved 3 years ago and very little progress has been made to achieve those milestones. The business board suggested that any recovered funds could be brought back to the business board for approval into a meaningful other projects in the Wisbech area. Obviously, this would be against new projects with new applications and business cases being brought forward. The business board also requested a review of this project to identify learning outcomes which we could apply to future projects to avoid or ensure projects don't end up stalled or in a dormant state. So after making its decision on the project change request, the business board has the option to initiate any repatriation of the remaining LGF funding through its clawback process as outlined in the local assurance framework, and also through its grant funding agreement with this project lead. The proposed spend set out in the project change request does provide for a repatriation of potentially up to 3.9 million. Officers will work with Cambridgeshire County Council on the implications and consequences and the next steps, and will also report this back to the next Combined Authority Board. So, in summary, the Combined Authority Board is recommended to reject the project change request for Wisbech Access Strategy Project, but to note that officers will work with the project lead to explore the implications and consequences and bring back the next steps to the Combined Authority Board meeting, and also to note the programme updates contained in the report to the Business Board from the 14th of July. Any questions?
Thank you, Steve. Floor is open. Shall I go first to Austin? Mr. Adams, please.
If I may, let me add a little bit of colour and explain the logic behind the Business Board's decision. The Business Board are hugely sympathetic to the need for this project, and as it was originally put to us back in 2018, it made perfect sense, and it had a projected set of deliverables and outcomes that satisfied a competitive decision-making process to fund this project, settle aside other projects. From where we've travelled so far on this project, as Steve alluded, we've already had one reset on the project, and we're now being asked to have a further reset, which would basically shelve the project for consideration for future funding to take it forward. And again, there is support for that logic. It doesn't make sense to stop all of the work completely, given what's been done so far, and not get it to a shovel-ready position. That is a perfectly sensible thing to consider, and one that is in principle supported, not least of which because we would have a shovel-ready project that we could put forward for other forms of funding, like the levelling up funding, going forward. The decision by the Business Board is based on a simple set of principles and logic around the allocation of the funding. This funding was LGF funding, and LGF funding is granted on the basis of committed outputs and deliverables, which this project is now simply not going to deliver If we were considering this project on a standalone basis today, it would get left on the cutting room floor. It wouldn't even make the cut to bring to the table for a sensible discussion, because the deliverables aren't there anymore. And it displaced other projects back in 2018 because it promised to make these deliverables which we are committed and have made obligations and have liabilities to deliver to BEIS who provide us the funding in the first place. The danger with continuing to fund this then from the LGF funding really comes in two forms. One, it clearly isn't going to make the deliverables about which the funding was predicated in the first place, and it would set a very dangerous precedent then for all of the other projects that are currently benefiting from LGF funding. If we have another project that runs into difficulties, this will be used as the benchmark for everyone's argument around why they should continue to see their project funded. And that is not the basis on which we've put the money out there. The second issue comes back to the decision-making process around how you decide what projects to fund. If we, as I say, if we were looking at this on a standalone basis, on the basis of this change request, it just does not make the criteria for the LGF funding. Therefore, there was a unanimous decision by the board on the basis of that logic that we cannot stand behind using LGF funding to complete this aspect of the work to get it to a shovel-ready position. And you know, that is just fact and logic that brings us to that conclusion. Setting that aside, then the sentiment is, and the feeling is, that it would make perfect sense to do so. And item B here alludes to the fact that if we stop this project at the shovel-ready stage, there will be further funding repatriated back to the combined authority that could well be used to take this project through without using the LGF funding, to take it through to the shovel-ready position. And that in itself would need a separate proposal that isn't on the table today, but could be brought back to the next board meeting. And that gives us the best possible compromise of getting to a position where we don't waste everything that's gone before. We maintain the integrity around the business board decision-making process around allocating LGF funding and holding all of the people who've received it accountable for meeting their deliverables, and we still get this to the best possible position we can under what are very, very unfortunate circumstances. I'm adamant that we do a decent job on the lessons learned here. I am tired of seeing projects that involve infrastructure roads that just drift and drift and drift and end up costing 2 and 3 times what they should and taking 2 and 3 times longer than they should. It's just not acceptable. Someone said to me when I aired that frustration, when I first got involved in the combined authority, they said to me, Austin, that's just how it is, right? Well, the time has come to stop that. And if making a stand here and being controversial while pulling the funding on this project is what it needs, that's what I'm suggesting we do.
Thank you, Austin, for articulating the position very clearly. Thank you. I go to Councillor Bailey.
Mine are just questions and clarification, so that would be
fine.
helpful. Thank you. And totally respect everything that Austin said, and thank him for putting forward the reasoning behind why the business board did what it did. Just some questions really. So presumably, if the repatriation is 3.97 and the original budget was 10.5, the spend to date is 6.53 million. No. So what is the spend to date? I'd like to know. And is that spend sort of abortive? If, you know, what will happen to the work if we just stop now? You know, is it all abortive spend? And why is there this bold statement in the change request on page 191 that says the option, presumably meaning the option that they asked for, the option will delay the construction commencement of the projects by 3 to 6 months. So it's a foregone conclusion that it will be able to carry on to implementation. I don't understand the rationale for that when there's no more funding identified.
Yeah, so
John, do you want to come in there and no? Who's going to do it, John or
Steve? I'm sure you can do
Steve? You've got the floor.
okay, so the spend today is 2.09 million. The obviously the cost to take it to this shovel-ready position is 3.97 million. Obviously, the business board rejected the change request, which means of the 6 million LGF, there's basically 3.9 million left of LGF, which would be repatriated. And then obviously we could look at what else the business board can do with that. In terms of their options analysis that the county did, yes, they've been very bold and confident that they feel they could find funding and reprocure. They've actually included in one of the options in this option the cost of actually running a reprocurement next year. It's actually very optimistic, because without the guarantee of another stream of funding, running a procurement exercise that then couldn't start would probably be very foolish.
So it's a very unhelpful statement from the County Council that the option will delay construction commencement by 3 to 6 months. I mean, there's no justification for putting that statement in there, really. I think it's very misleading. I actually, as somebody who's not familiar with this project in any way, shape or form, trying to get my head around what's gone on and what we're being asked to do and what the business board did from this paperwork was almost impossible, frankly. It's only by talking to others that I began to understand what's occurring. But what's clear to me is that the business board is taking very principled decision, which you cannot fault it, because they are tasked with spending the LGF money under certain conditions, and that's what they're looking to do, because they're responsible people, and it's not going to do what it's supposed to do. So I completely respect that. But on the other hand, I am absolutely horrified about the idea of this money being taken away from where it is desperately needed, and this project not being seen through to fruition. So I think now we have to look to your leadership to ask where the funds can come from to deliver this very important set of upgrades for Wisbech. Thank you.
Come in, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor. I share Austin's frustration at the processes which lead to overspends in construction projects. It's not unique to projects which go through the business board or go through the CPCA. It's seen widely among local government, but that's not an excuse. But it is something which we see time and time again, and it is more than anything else down to bad management, in my opinion. But the suggestion that this particular project should be sacrificed to make a point, I feel the consequences of that are ones which really have to be weighed up. This project is absolutely essential to allow for economic growth and increased prosperity in the most deprived town in the combined authority area, according to the index of multiple deprivation. And it's the most deprived town by a very long way indeed. And without these improvements to the infrastructure, there just will not be the road capacity to allow for the expansion of not merely of housing, but also of business within the Wisbech area. And it won't just affect Wisbech, because we have junctions here on the A47. And one of the reasons Councillor Fitzgerald is interested in that, of course, is that that is the road which links Peterborough with Norfolk, and it has a knock-on effect far wider than just Wisbech itself. Now, I think that Austin was quite correct to say that it makes sense to get this to a shovel-ready pipeline stage. We've spent 2.09 million so far, and it would take another 1.88 million, we're told, to get to the end of the detailed design. and to have the necessary land acquisition fulfilled so that we could manage to have a project which was in a shovel-ready state for funding, whether that be central government or otherwise, to be able to be utilised. And we all know how central government works these days. They give you 5 minutes notice. They say, what shovel-ready projects have you got available? And if you've got one available, you stand a chance of actually getting funding for something. And I don't think it's the right way to make decisions as far as central government funding is concerned, but we've seen that happening time and time again, and there's no reason to believe that that won't happen again in the future. And given that this is so desperately needed, Mayor, it's not a project which is stalled or dormant, I have to say. It's a project which is very badly delayed. But we're now just at the position, we are told by County Council Highways, we're just at the position where negotiations have been concluded and we are ready to have the land acquisition actually take place together with the end of the detailed design. And the danger is, if this project is now seen to be stalled for lack of funds to take it forward, at least to that shovel-ready pipeline stage, if it is stalled, then the danger is that the whole project will be lost. There was a meeting at the end of last week of the Fenland Developer Forum where there was absolute despair at the thought that this project wouldn't be going ahead because all of the projects which people have got in mind to increase the economic development within Wisbech, all of those projects are dependent upon these 3 schemes. And these 3 schemes themselves are 3 out of original 5 schemes which were put forward. So for something which was promised back in 2018, 10.5 million, for it now to have got to the stage that it is an absolute body blow for people within Wisbech and for the prospect of people within Wisbech. And it won't do any good training people up within Wisbech to give greater skills to people if there aren't the jobs for them to actually go into. And that's the danger that we're going to have here, because new development will just stop. There is not the capacity within Wisbech with the infrastructure that we've got at the moment. So my challenge to you, Mayor, is how do we manage to do what Austin agreed is a sensible thing to do, which is to get the extra 1.88 million assigned so that we can manage to get this to a shovel-ready pipeline stage. And I understand the point that Austin makes. He makes a point of principle, and I fully understand that, and I can't disagree with that. I've taken some advice from Mr. Parkin, and the suggestion was that this matter be referred back to the business board, and I would say with a recommendation to use the existing budget to complete the design work and the land acquisition. But maybe, Mayor, you've got a better solution. And if you've got a better solution for how this funding could be found without going back to the business board and asking them to put their principles to one side for the sake of expediency and desperate need, then that would be a very good way of moving forwards as well. Because the grave danger is that if we don't move forward now, and this is according to County Highways, if this project is seen not to be moving forwards, the danger is the land acquisitions won't be able to go ahead. And once that happens, potentially the whole of the 2.09 million is going to be lost. So we're in a really difficult position. There are ever so many owners of land who have been involved in this land acquisition scheme. And that's one of the reasons there's been such a large amount of delay in getting to the stage that we are now. Having reached this stage, to throw it all away would be a great waste. So may I ask you directly, could you give an assurance now that this 1.88 million could be found from elsewhere within your budget? Or is it appropriate, do you believe, to refer this back to the business board for them to reconsider in the light of the desperate need that there is, regardless of the principles that were put forward by the chairman of the business board? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So, well, I obviously, like all of you, share those frustrations at overspends, acknowledge the principled stand of the business board. If I had my own shovel, I'll start doing the digging myself, because that is my commitment to improve the life chances for the community of Wisbech. So I do support a move towards a shovel-ready status, and I will ask John T. Hill as my director to work with myself and with the business board to try and find a way that we can go towards shovel-ready status.
Would you, I'm very
I'm going to
grateful.
go to John T. Hill because he may offer up some additional information, having challenged him in public to say I support the idea of Councillor Bowden and making sure that we are looking out for the community of Fenland and Wisbech particularly.
Thank you. Just for a point of clarification, if this project was repackaged exactly as it is now, under the constraints and the conditions that the LGF has been assigned to us on, it would be incredibly unlikely to be approved again because it just doesn't align with the criteria that Bayes and MHCLG have given us to administer that money by. However, the combined authority does have within its MTFP 3.9 million in its transport budget that is approved, that is subject to approval budget allocation, meaning it's been assigned for this budget, for this project. It was assigned to this project in the first change request. It's in the MTFP, but it does require a paper to come to the board to be able to pull some of that money down. So there is an MTFP allocation that could, that this project could be made against.
As always, I'm always impressed when people can come up with a solution to help the communities of Fenland and Wisbech. Councillor Bowden, would you be interested in looking at that?
I'm very grateful for that. May we therefore add to the recommendations that we do recommend to use the existing, consider using the existing MTFP budget to complete the design work and land acquisition?
I have a nod of agreement from my director over there. Councillor Fitzgerald.
No, I was just going to say, considering we all know what it's for, and we know there's a budget allocated, why does it need a paper? Why can't we just agree it?
Because I believe in governance, which is very important.
Well, this is governance. this is governance here. We're all present.
Myself or Robert would want to answer that, but it is in the MTFP as subject to approval. So
subject to approval by who?
Councillor Fitzgerald, as I say, Councillor Fitzgerald, I want to make sure that we do this the right way. I think the direction of travel has been indicated.
Mr. Mayor, please take advice, but
I will take advice.
It is a bit silly to say it needs approval by the board, and the board is here.
Robert Parkin. Oh, sorry. Austin, you want to come in?
I'm very much in agreement with whether we can make a decision now on reporting that funding, because the danger is that the people associated with the project and the individuals concerned will immediately read into accepting recommendation A means we're in an abyss until a decision is made. Right. And those people will wander off, go and find other jobs, do other things. The landowners who have teed up to receive the funds for the sale of the land and potential property are going to be disappointed and lose interest and lose confidence in the whole thing. If we could make a decision now, let's just do it.
With due respect, you got your finance guy here, you've got John T. Hill here, and the people that make the decision are all here. And if there is no,
and I'm wanting to hear. Absolutely, I want to hear from our finance officer. I want to hear from John T. Hill, maybe again, and finally through to monitoring officer. Let's make sure we do this properly, shall we?
Absolutely, that's all I'm asking.
Look, Mayor, sorry, in doing so, can we draw this to a close soon? We spent more than 30 minutes on this item now.
I want to do things properly, Councillor Fuller.
I think my concern as the Chief Finance Officer would be that we need to adhere to the assurance framework. And there are procedures that we need to go through. Anything which is currently in the subject to approval budget line within the MTFP would need to come back to the board with a business case in order to support that. And we need to ensure that the project, whatever form that comes in, demonstrates value for money. Because as we are aware, resources are limited. And we need to make sure that all opportunities for alternative projects, whatever they may be, follow the same assurance process. So that is very well documented. It's part of our devolution deal, and we need to be seen to be following that, and it's good practice. So I think the original proposal to come back to the board with a paper to demonstrate all the aspects that is required within a business case would be certainly my preferred way forward on this.
Okay, well, my parents always said, listen to the money men, and I will take that advice. So we will be moving on that proposal. Do you want to come in?
Just one last thing. Given that we had an extraordinary meeting for the university phase 3, it wouldn't have to wait till September.
Just going to suggest the same thing, Mr. Mayor. So, great clarification. But if there's some urgency, we don't have to wait for another meeting. I think Councillor Bowden would be pleased to progress it as soon as possible. How does next Wednesday suit you?
We will do it with the utmost urgency. The proposal, obviously, as you said, Councillor Bowden. Yeah.
We do need to give that assurance, though, particularly to landowners, that the likely direction of travel, the preferred direction of travel, is that we are going to be proceeding with the scheme at least up to that shovel-ready level. And you're giving a clear steer as to that today would be of assistance as far as that is concerned, but also the speedier we can actually make the formal decision, the less there is the danger that things will start falling apart.
Okay, I'll just come into Councillor Bailey's.
Thank you. How long does it take to prepare the business case? I mean, there was a business case before, so it's a case of updating it, is it? Or, yeah.
Probably refer to my transport.
Well, we've got 3 at the table now. Let's make you.
We've got everybody here.
Okay, well, I'm not short of experts. We all need experts, eh?
The board will forgive this kind of pass the parcel among officers, but I think the answer to the question, subject to John's guidance, is that we can prepare one very quickly indeed, and particularly for what we're looking at. And this is the whole point with the business board's assurance framework, governance framework. We're not proposing a project that has measurable outcomes in terms of jobs and so on that you would have to calculate a BCR on, because this is just to produce it. It's a business case for producing a business case. That surely is a very light document, isn't it, John?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So with that in mind, is there an opportunity to give an in-principle decision support here today around the table, which will give all the project stakeholders the assurance that they need? And then could it not be subject to everybody having seen the business case online, just on email, that we give authority to a mayoral decision notice?
Councillor Bailey, that does surprise me, because I normally get told off all the time.
We've been consulted. We're being consulted, so it's fine.
I'm going to be listening to the financial officer and the transport officer. I think we're giving a very clear steer that, more than in principle, that we do want to see this go through to as a combined authority, not the mayor, the combined authority board is saying we want this to go through to a shovel-ready status.
Could I have an officer answer to my suggestion?
I'm not asking an officer to come.
I'm asking Mr. Parkin.
Would you like me to answer the question, Mayor, about as to whether the Mayor has very comprehensive powers, as the board is aware, but whether or not the Mayor wishes to exercise those, or whether he brings a matter as chair of this board back to the board, is a matter for the Mayor as chair of the board.
I want to bring it back to the board, because you keep saying you want things to go through the board. So on this one, although I want the message to be going out to the community of Wisbech and all those people who are maybe waiting on this decision, they know we are moving to a shovel-ready status. As I said, if I had the shovel myself, I'll go in there with them, but I will do it properly through the board. And we'll do that as an emergency, as soon as a board meeting as possible. We'll not necessarily be waiting. We will find the time in all of our diaries to make sure we do it properly, with good governance.
So we will thank you very much indeed for that, Mayor. and I hope that that meeting may be able to take place, well, I was going to say this month, that might be pushing it a bit, could take place even within the next 3 weeks, given the amount of notice which needs to be given, of course, but on the basis of the comments which were made by Mr. Rains. I would hope that that sort of timescale would be possible. And I wonder, Mayor, just to give that assurance in terms of the decision being made today, if we could incorporate the words that the board supports in principle the use of the existing MTFP budget to complete the design work and land acquisition for the 3 remaining schemes within the project. So our giving the support in principle still allows us to make the final decision later, but that gives a very clear steer as to the direction of travel we hope to be able to move in.
Thank you. Have we got that now? We need to get that properly done, because we've obviously got A, B and C, but can we just get that worded properly?
If you want another D, to support in principle the use of the existing MTFP budget to complete the design work and land acquisition for the 3 remaining schemes within the project.
Is that subject to the business case or not?
Well, we're saying in principle, so that's
well, it's always going to be subject to the business case, isn't it? And we're aware of that as the board. So
if we can add that.
Yeah. Are you content?
If the mayor wants to add those words, then we'll add those words. It's up to the mayor.
Subject to the business case being received by the board.
Right.
We'll need a seconder.
We'll need a seconder for that.
Yeah.
I'll take it from the representative of the business board. Seems wholly appropriate in the circumstances.
Thank you, Austin.
Do you want to read that out again, Rashenda? Just so then we'll move to a vote where we'll be hopefully accepting all recommendations with this additional point D.
Yep, that the board supports in principle the use of the existing MTFP budget to complete the design work and land acquisitions for the 3 remaining schemes within the project, subject to the business case being received by the board.
Councillor Bowden, happy with that?
Sorry, there's just one thing thought in there. The MT whatever it is 300. It's 3 point something million. Yeah, and we only need. Yeah, so we don't want anybody thinking that they can use the whole thing.
Oh.
So to request the 1 point.
To request the monies as we currently
use 1.88 million of the existing MTFP budget.
We'll modify that. Thank you, Councillor Bailey, a very intuitive and appropriate intervention. Thank you. Amended that. We've amended the motion. So I would like now to move to the vote on those 4 points. Could we take a vote? Those in favour, A, B, C, and the new recommendation D? It is, thank you everybody, unanimous.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Hopefully the community of Wisbech can now breathe a little bit easier. Thank you. We're now going to go back. I've jumped around, am I now? That was 4.1, but we need to go back to 3.4. 3.4. Is okay, deep breath. Item 3.4 relates to the Market Towns Programme investment prospectus and seeks the board's approval of change requests for East Cambridgeshire and St Neots funding timeline extensions. This report will be introduced by Domenico Cirillo, Business Programmes Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Board. This item 3.4 is seeking Combined Authority Board approval for recent requests received to extend funding timelines under the Market Towns programme from Huntingdonshire and East Cambs. This is relating to specific projects approved and remaining budget allocations as set out within the report. The Combined Authority is therefore recommended to approve a request received from Huntingdonshire District Council to extend the funding timeline on 3.1 million of Market Towns funding. This to be extended to March 24 to align with the latest project delivery plans and CLG Highways England funding profile. B, to approve funding a change request received from Huntingdonshire District Council to extend the funding timeline on remaining budget for St Neots Master Plan Phase 1 project to March 2023. This due to the impacts and delays of COVID and to enable HDC to reprofile project activities as agreed with the steering group in St Neots. And C, to approve a request received from East Cambridgeshire District Council to extend the funding timeline on their remaining allocations for Ely, Soham and Littleport, amounting to just over 2.1 million from March 2022 to March 23. And this will enable East Cambs District Council to finalise additional feasibility work which is underway, and to complete the business case for projects to be submitted for board approval later this year. Thank you very much, and I commend that to the Combined Authority Board for approval.
Okay, so thank you, Domenico. Open to debate. Does anybody want to kind of a relatively simple request, I believe, close to my heart personally, my nearby market town of St Neots. Pleased to see it's been developed. Okay, so I'm proposing the recommendation from myself as the chair. Do I have a seconder? I'll take that from Councillor Fuller. There seems to be agreement on the recommendation, so I propose to take them as approved unanimously unless anyone objects now. No one's objecting, so on that note we'll move to 3.5 regarding March, the future High Streets funding bid. Additional Combined Authority March match funding. This report contains 4 appendices which are exempt from publication under Part 1 of the Schedule 12A of the Local Governments Act 1972, as amended. In that, it would not be in the public interest for this information to be disclosed, information relating to the financial or business affairs of any particular person, including the authority holding that information. Does any member of the board want to discuss the exempt appendices? Domenico stays with us to introduce this report.
Thank you, Mayor.
Over to you, Domenico.
Thank you, Mayor. Under this item 3.5, the Combined Authority the Combined Authority Board, has been asked to consider and agreed on a preferred option in response to an application received from Fenland District Council for additional Combined Authority funding towards their March Future High Streets Fund project. This request comes following the previous Combined Authority Board approval for £900,000 of capital funding approved under the Market Towns programme for the March Future High Streets project. For consistency, any additional funding which is approved today would be managed via the Market Towns programme. The Combined Authority Board is reminded that as part of the Combined Authority Assurance Framework and the approved process for agreeing expenditure under the Market Towns programme, an independent appraisal is carried out to inform board decisions, and this is provided as an appendix for members to note. This application for additional funding has therefore been independently evaluated as required under that framework. An evaluation report is based on the author's expert knowledge in the field of appraisal work. He has recommended 4 options, which is available to the Combined Authority. And whilst the independent evaluator highlights in his report that there is a preferred option, members of the board are reminded and asked to note that in this instance, officers are not making any one particular recommendation, and that the decision-making powers are within the remit of the Combined Authority Board alone. However, members are also asked to note that point 3.2, which highlights the negative impacts of not agreeing the full £1.1 million request, this in particular, the need to rescope and reduce the project potentially further. Having done so once before to meet reduced MHL-CLG offer. And more so, there is a risk that because of the reduced combined CLG offer, this was the reduced offer was predicated on the £2 million match funding from the combined authority, and that any reduction in that contribution from the combined authority from the £2 million may result in a further reduction in an offer from CLG, and this may cause the project to be unviable. Just to be considerate, just to give consideration of that. On this basis, I would therefore ask members to review all 4 options and attach equal consideration to each one before you reach your conclusion. To summarise, the combined authority is being asked to note and consider the 4 options identified in the appraisal report. This is in response to the Fenland District Council application for an additional £1.1 million of combined authority funding towards a future High Street project. Subject to that approval, the combined authority is also asked to approve any additional funding is subject to approval, is approved within the budget, which is currently subject to approval for the preferred option under the capital programme, as set out and in line with the items set out in 3.4, in addition to the normal assurance framework required. I thank you, and I commend the paper and the decision to the board. But before I do so, Mayor, my director, John T. Hill, may want to also add may also want to address the board before we move to questions.
And on that note, John, please address the board.
Thank you.
Waiting.
I'd like to make two points, actually. One I was going to make anyway, and the other, I felt that some parts of Domenico's report there were a little bit broken up. So I just wanted to emphasise the point he was making about 3.2 within your paper, which specifically highlights the negative impacts of not agreeing the 1.1, in that MHCLG's offer, albeit a reduced offer to Fenland District Council, was predicated on 2 million from the combined authority. And if that isn't present, MHCLG may well review again their offer, and that may well take it below a viable level for FDC to complete their project. I think the other point I was going to make was a point of clarity. Councillor Bowden pointed out to me that the recommendations as they're written may be confusing and seem contradictory, and I just wanted to clarify what they're for. The first recommends simply to note and consider the independent appraiser's report, but as Domenico said, the decision is fully the board's decision. It's an independent report for note, and that is all. The second isn't making a recommendation to approve. It's simply saying that whichever preferred funding option is selected and agreed by the board, that would be, just as in the last item actually, a subject to approval addition to the capital budget. So there'd have to be an FBC put up for it, just indeed as that Wisbeach item just now. Having said that, because of the nature of this ask and that there is a future High Streets Fund proposal already around, we would envisage that, again, like the last item, that FBC could be really quite light touch and quick. Thank you.
Okay. Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor. And I would be happy to propose that option 1 be the one that is adopted. These are transformational schemes which are designed to arrest the decline which has been seen in March Town Centre, and will deal with many derelict buildings and also have massive improvements in shaping the main shopping area within March. March is the second most deprived town in the whole of the combined authority area, according to the Index of Multiple Deprivation, and these schemes are extremely valuable. If the combined authority the board is kind enough to agree to the 1.1 million, then this will unlock the 6.447 million that we'll get from MHCLG. If any smaller figure were given, the danger is MHCLG will reduce the amount of money available to us, and there's only so far we can scale down what is being proposed before the whole project becomes unviable. So my formal proposal is to accept the option 1 of 1.1 million. I hope I have a second. Councillor Fitzgerald.
I'm not going to do that, Mr.
Okay. Can I open the floor for other debate from anyone else? Anybody want to consider any other options? Anybody? No? So we put that option to the vote, option 1, as it would appear to have the most support. So, no other discussions? Okay, fine. I'm going to read out this thing. Any more debate about it? Okay, fine. So we've been asked to consider the 4 options identified from the independent appraisal report in response to Fenland District Council's application for an additional 1.1 million of combined authority funding towards the March Future High Streets Fund programme under the Market Towns programme, and to agree on the preferred funding option outcome. From this debate of all the leaders, it seems that option 1 has the most support. That's been indicated. On that basis, I propose to put option 1 to the vote. I'm proposing the recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bowden. Okay. We will now move to the vote. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. Unanimously? Looks like it's Fenland's lucky day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's been passed unanimously. I'm just going to take my own comfort break for the next 2 minutes, but you're welcome to do as well. Now left and Councillor Gough, so please don't leave, otherwise we no longer core it, and I want to try and get through this. If we can push through, hopefully with minimum amount of fuss, we'll be there. So I'm about to move on.
If we do have a problem, of course, we do have another meeting taking place in the very near future, if it's necessary.
Of course, I slipped my mind so quickly, I apologise. 3.6, digital skills boot camps. This key decision was added to the forward plan under general exception arrangements on the 16th of July 2021. Fliss Miller, the Senior Responsible Officer for Workforce Skills, joins us to introduce the report. Over to you, Fliss.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, members. I'm delighted to bring this paper to the board to inform you of the successful consortium bid led by the Combined Authority of £1.8 million to the Department for Education for the delivery of digital skills boot camps in the east of England. The funding is to support 805 learners across the east of England until the end of March 2022. The boot camps are for individuals aged 19 and over and who are either employed looking to upskill or those who are currently unemployed looking to re-enter the employment market. The short courses informed by employers include areas such as digital marketing, cloud computing and data analysis. We currently have 2 delivery partners approved by the Department for Education, and should we need to, we will add to our partners to meet the target learner numbers. The notification of the award was significantly delayed by the Department of Education, and therefore there is urgency to mobilise this contract. The board are therefore asked to approve and accept the contract to deliver the skills boot camps, and also to delegate authority to the Director of Business and Skills in consultation with the Chief Financial Officer to award and enter into contracts with consortium partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Fliss. I'll open up to everybody. I have to confess, I've never been a fan of the phrase boot camp, and as somebody who put compassion at the start of my ambition for the combined authority, maybe boot camps may be something that we might consider a change. But for the moment, we'll go with boot camps, and I'll open the floor to anybody who wants to make a comment about this paper. Thank you again, Fliss, for your enthusiasm for this wonderful idea. Oh, Austin, please, yeah.
Just one very quick word on that. I fully support this. What would be helpful is when we've completed this exercise in 2022 to bring the data back on the performance of this initiative, such that it might inform more of this type of approach to delivering this kind of knowledge and information to people.
I would expect good audit and governance nonetheless, so I'm sure Fliss would be willing to, John T would be willing to bring that to the table in the course of time.
Of course.
But as such, we have the recommendations in front of us, which need a simple majority of members. So I'm proposing this recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Austin, thank you. As there seems to be consensus in favour of the recommendations, I propose we take them as approved unanimously, unless anyone objects now. There are no objections, so we'll take that as a unanimous decision. So that's digital skills boot camps. We've moved over 3.7 as we discussed that earlier when I was out the room. And we now move back onto decisions from the business board. And we've already done 4.1. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, I missed one. 3.8, my apologies, I will quickly go back. Item 3.8 is the Investment Fund Gateway Review. Oh, don't want to miss this one. The report will be introduced by Paul Rains, who is the Director of Delivery and Strategy, and hopefully as happy as I am.
Thank you very much. I'm conscious you've been going for nearly 4 hours, so this is basically a take note item, which you've already mentioned in your introduction. We have been through our 5-year gateway review, even though that was actually only based on 3.5 years of evidence. Passed it, letter from the ministers is in the pack. I suppose the only point to pick up ties back to the earlier conversation about performance reporting. As we approach the next gateway, obviously there will be an expectation that we will be able to show delivery, and so that will influence the way in which we revise the performance information that we start to bring to you, so that that looks more at outcomes than perhaps it has in the past. Otherwise, paper speaks for itself now.
Thank you. This is a to note only item. I don't suppose anybody wants to make any further comments. Okay, we'll move on.
Nick.
Oh, sorry, I'm rushing.
Sorry, Nick, I not want to delay things, but I think it's worthy of note for the record. Thanks to all of the people involved, and congratulations. I think this is an important milestone.
That will be noted in big letters. Congratulations. Thank you, Austin. That's very fair. Don't go away, Paul. Oh no, it's going to be Roland, is it? Active travel 3.9 is active travel management. This report will be introduced by Roland Potter, the Head of Transport.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board. The active travel management paper before you is to basically agree the approach to submit active travel funding proposals to the government set out in this paper. Again, this is a timeline issue that we are unable to bring you more detail at this stage due to the fact that the deadline for submission is the 8th of August. Active travel management has been an active, excuse the pun, exercise across both Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council in the form of cycling and walking interventions in tranche 1 and tranche 2. And in 2.2 of this paper, you'll see that the area was awarded 2.9 million, which is currently funding schemes in delivery across the 2 highways authorities. The government launched a new active travel funding round through a letter to transport authorities on the 14th of June. Bids need to be submitted by the combined authority with the deadline of the 8th of August, and the 3 main headline areas are the active travel capital funding, and both authorities at the moment are working up their plans on the schemes that they would be submitting for funding out of the national funding pot of £239 million. There's a secondary element which is deemed as mini Hollands, and an expression of interest is proposed, and there is engagement through both authorities at the moment, and Cambridgeshire County Council particularly are engaged with Greater Cambridge Partnership, who are considering a locality that may be put forward as an expression of interest, but that is being worked up at the moment. Peterborough currently have not proposed to put anything forward in the Mini Hollands element. There's a third part which is new and quite interesting about GP prescribing of active travel, and the government is looking for a small number of authorities to participate in a pilot scheme to encourage GPs to prescribe walking and cycling as part of a social prescribing offer. And we engaged with Ian Green, who is our public health representative that comes to our weekly transport restart group, to see whether there was opportunities, and his team are, I know, engaged with the authorities to look at whether there is a location where that could have benefit from an expression of interest perspective. That particular element is not just about the infrastructure to and from particularly residential areas and their GPs, but it's also the facilities at the GPs. If people are, the showering facilities, bike lock facilities, etc., to encourage people in that manner. So we're working with the Highways Authority teams to work up their submission bids under the criteria of the Active Travel Management Fund as detailed by the Department for Transport, and the proposal is that that they be submitted on the 8th of August, subject to the approval of this board in terms of that approach. I commend the paper to the board and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Roland. I would just, before opening up to debate, I'd just say how pleased I am to see that GP prescribing of active travel, and you have my absolute full support, and I will work with you, and particularly work with any of my medical colleagues about that particularly strand of the bidding arrangements, and I would hopefully suggest that by having a medically trained mayor at the top of the organisation, it might put us in good stead for that particular funding pot. So please do use me. Okay. Councillor Bowden.
Happy to support this, Mayor. I just want to point out in paragraph 2.5 the important point which is made about assurances that any bids will be developed in consultation with district councils within the county council area. And it is really important that that coordination does take place, including for what is going to be put forward in only 2 weeks' time. Otherwise, there's a danger that there will be some degree of discord between the authorities, and we'd certainly want to avoid that if we could.
Roland, can you give that as a...
we are engaging with both authorities on the basis of it has to be consulted upon, and I believe that they are scheduling that in.
And all district councils as well.
I will take that back to
as a specific
point to the officers to ensure that that's the case.
I mean, I know, for example, Huntingdonshire has done lots of work on this before. I know Councillor Fuller's not here, but that's over to Councillor Bailey. Hands in there.
Yeah, thank you. Well, if the consultation from the tranche 1 and 2 is anything to go by, it was just completely and utterly dire, really awful process. And we bent over backwards trying to get our schemes in. It's been the most frustrating thing. Just on the mini Holland stuff, I think you need to treat that with caution. I think they do have a place, but they need to form part of wider transport reform. I think done in isolation, they can be very problematic, and I know areas that have got them that are trying to row back from them because of the chaos that it's caused. So they have to be carefully planned with wider transport reforms, in my view. Just to touch on what was a very frustrating process carried out by the County Council, the tranche 1 schemes, East Cams just hasn't benefited at all because of the parameters of the scheme. I mean, East Cams is difficult because it's made up of, long rural roads between our settlements, which are very difficult to deliver active travel solutions on, and then very narrow town and city centre medieval streets, and tranche 1 required that space was taken away from the actual highway in order to be given over to active travel solutions. So we just didn't comply anyway. It was awful. And so work was rolled forward into tranche 2, and the work that we were promised was being taken forward was to carry out work on traffic flow in Ely and Soham town centres, so that we could understand the effects of making streets one way in order to give over space for active travel solutions. And I now feel really, really let down by the County Council, who recommended it as the way forward. They said roll the stuff forward on the one-way ideas into tranche 2, we'll make it happen. But now post-election, they now tell us that these studies won't form part of the consultation that's going out on the active travel tranche 2 proposals. So East Cams has been completely written out of both tranche 1 and tranche 2 as it stands at the moment. And we've put no end of effort into this. We've taken matters into our own hands. We made a promise to our electorate in May 2019 that we would try and do what we could as a very tiny local authority with a very tiny budget to try and actually get some schemes delivered in East Cambridgeshire. We carried out a survey to all the households in our district. We got some really good data back from that. We formed a cross-party working group, and just the other day at committee we agreed to fund 6 Sustrans feasibility studies, which is a significant investment for a small local authority that doesn't have a remit to deliver active travel transport schemes or any funding. And in the current funding climate, you know how difficult it is, but we have put some money into that. We've got 6 schemes that we are looking to commission Sustrans to do feasibility work on. We have put those schemes forward into the LC WIP consultation process because we understand the necessity of them being in the LC WIP. I hope those that have got influence, in the LC WIP process, that they will get included in there. Otherwise, we don't want to spend the feasibility money abortively. So they are schemes that we've prioritised based on our survey results and, reasonable chance of deliverability and usage and that sort of thing. So I wanted to sort of make that pitch and look to anybody, particularly Councillor Moschini, who doesn't appear to be even listening, about the LC WIP process and hope that they get included. And Roland, we're going to hook up and talk about that some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey.
Can I just say I am very much listening and was listening. I'm very sorry I'm fiddling with
Excellent.
the thing.
Thank you. I'm pleased to hear that. Thank you. Thank you,
Can I make
Eliza.
a formal promise that I will bring it back to my colleague and find out what's going on?
We've submitted those 6 schemes to the LC WIP, and given that we're spending money on working them up to try and get them closer to being shovel ready, it would be great that they get included.
Okay. We're talking here about the combined authority, what they're going to do with, hopefully with good listening to district councils and
It's a collaboration between the combined authority and the county council LC WIP process, which is required to get, the funding will come here, but it's the LC WIP that dictates how the funding will be spent.
I'm just talking about the recommendation here to agree the approach as outlined in this thing to submitting active travel funding proposals to the government set out in this paper. Are we in agreement? I don't see anybody. So we'll move, and I don't need to move to a vote because I haven't seen anybody who's against it. So we'll take it as unanimous unless anybody else disagrees. Okay, thank you again for your hard work, Roland.
Thank you.
Oh, who seconded? Who seconded? I'll take that. Sorry, Councillor Herbert. Yeah, no, right. Right, now we can move on to Business Board recommendation to the Combined Authority, leapfrogging over 4.1, going straight to 4.2, which is the annual report for 2020 to 2021 and its annual delivery plan for 21 to 22. Any particular aspects you want to draw attention to, Austin? Otherwise, we'll go to Domenico. The board needs to know.
I think this is very straightforward. The only point I'd like to make is item B. Item A is really to satisfy our statutory requirements to feed back to BAYS. Item B, though, is one of the things that strikes me is the business board have achieved a great number of things in the last 2 years, a lot of progress, and it is important that we mark it and appropriately document and sing from the rooftops about some of those achievements, because it is a very, very important feed into our future bidding strategy going forward, that we're able to demonstrate that money spent through winning successful bids will be well placed in an environment where we've got a demonstrable ability to deliver. And be very successful and be very innovative in what we do. And examples like the university project are few and far between in the UK, frankly, with the speed that that's been delivered. So the second part is really about that. It's not, we're not wanting to just blow our own trumpet for the fun of it. There is a real purpose behind that.
I would echo that, Austin. It's noted for the minutes. Domenico, would you want to pick up anything else which the board needs to know in regard to this report? Or are we going to move to a vote?
Nothing further to add, Mayor. I think we can move straight to the vote. This is just a very standardised item. Yeah, this will just enable me to submit to BAYS. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to the vote. Austin is moving the recommendation as chair of the business board, so we need a seconder. Councillor Bowden has indicated that, and there definitely does seem to be consensus in favour of the recommendations, as well as the acknowledgement of all the good works before. So unless anyone objects now, we'll take that as having been approved unanimously. No one is indicating, so we'll move on as a unanimously accepted. 4.3 is the business board performance assessment framework and recruitment process. Austin, we'll go to you first.
Yeah, so this is a recommendation to undertake a formal process to review the effectiveness of the board members of the business board and the processes that we follow. It is not uncommon. I'm not sure how common it is in public sector bodies, but certainly in the private sector it is quite appropriate to periodically review the effectiveness of the board members, myself included, and to learn from that and make appropriate course corrections and adjustments if we need to. We have a number of board members that will be coming up for re-election, so timing is really spot on in this respect to get this work done. We've got a proposal for 35,000 to use a framework used by the IOD, following a well-proven process and a path followed by many other boards. We have challenged officers to go and look at other alternatives, because that does sound like an awful lot of money for what was a relatively straightforward exercise. So we're just seeking approval to spend up to that amount to get this work done, but we will endeavour to try and find a cheaper option.
So yeah, Domenico, any other points on that report?
Nothing further to add. Just to confirm that yes, we're just seeking budget approval for the maximum of 35k plus the VAT. Thank you.
The only thing I would, sorry, we'll go to Councillor Bowden.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Just to ask Austin if all the members of the board, in his opinion, will welcome going through this process. Many of them, of course, will have experienced it in their own businesses, And I just want to make sure that it's not regarded as being an imposition upon some extremely busy individuals.
No, not at all. It was supported unanimously by the business board at the last business board meeting.
Councillor Bailey.
Can I just ask why Enterprise Zones Reserve Fund, is that just where we've got some money?
That'd be for Domenico.
Seems a bit of a weird budget to take.
It's because it's enterprise zone funds are the responsibility of the business board. The combined authority is accountable for those decisions, but ultimately it was seen as the appropriate pot of funding to deliver this, considering it was to do with the LEP and the LEP board.
Thank you. I just would make a final comment maybe for Minitin. Obviously, I'm now a member of the business board, and as I say, I'm learning on my the 2 times I've sat there. I want to acknowledge that they have. I brought a proposal in regard to sort of around recruitment, and I've already made it clear that I feel that maybe somebody from the background of the trades union movement should be something that maybe could be considered as part of the business board. That will be discussed, and I just want to make sure that that's registered as something that, as the mayor of the combined authority and a newly arrived to the board, I feel that it was something I wanted to see. And it is actually it is done at other areas in terms of mayoral authorities. It's something I hope we can move towards in the course of time, along as well continuing recruiting excellent candidates that we currently have as they move on. We need to know it's a simple majority required for I think the casino objections. So unless anybody wants to say anything more, I'll take it as unanimous. I need a seconder again. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bowden, and therefore it's a unanimously has passed. Finally, on to 4.4.
Mayor, I think I need to exempt myself from participating in.
Yes, you would.
Does that make us non-quorate, though?
How does that work? It's constituent councils, so unless you feel rather awkward, you can always take a break.
Mayor, should we move to 4.5? Complete that and then go back to 4.4?
Can we just proceed anyway? We core it. It's not about the core, it's just about actually we're discussing an item which involves Austin.
Okay.
All right, we'll still be core it, but if you want to go outside. Fine. Okay, we're on 4.4. So item 4.4 is a proposed amendment to the Business Board Expenses and Allowance Scheme. As this has a financial implication for Austin as chair of the Business Board, which he already identified, he's now leaving the meeting room for the duration of this item and vote. Domenico, would you introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a very quick item. The Business Board have a approved remuneration and expenses scheme, which was approved back in 2018-19. Unfortunately, that scheme and the context of within it didn't make any provision to allow business board members, private sector business board members, to forego their remuneration or indeed make any charitable donations instead of receiving that payment. So this paper is just a very short paper and was just seeking business board approval and combined authority board approval as the accountable body to insert an amendment into the scheme to allow for that very purpose of members to forego their remuneration, formally to forego their remuneration. Thank you.
Remuneration payments.
Yes.
Oh, big smile. Perfect. Well, in Austin's absence, I'm happy to move the. I mean, we can debate this, but it seems like a good idea to me. Fine. So I'm going to, in Austin's absence, I'm happy to move the recommendation from the chair. I need a seconder, Councillor Bowden. And as there is general consensus in favour of the recommendation and nobody's objecting, we'll take that as passed, and I would acknowledge the generosity in terms of the business board members who were proposing this as an idea to be recommended. Can we now ask officers to ask Oskin to rejoin us, please? Sorry. So we're now on to 4.5, which is High Performance Computing Study and Roadmap. It's the final report on today's agenda. Austin, is there anything you would like to say on this?
Sorry, no, again, I think this is very straightforward. The question about the enterprise zone funding as a source of funds, I think to explain that, we've exhausted all the LDF funding, that's all been put into good use. So this is one of the few revenue streams that we've got coming back in to create, to continue to create the opportunity to make these small investments. This particular opportunity here was really came out of one of the board members who has a passion for this, not particularly a vested interest, but a passion for it, and she's led the charge on this and put a very well grounded case together to the rest of the board as to why we should be aware of the opportunity for high performance computing and what that might mean, and to recommend that we undertake a study to properly understand it across the piece so that we can make the appropriate recommendations going forward. And it's as simple as that.
Yeah, thank you, Austin. I don't know if Steve Clark, any Senior Responsible Officer for the Local Growth Fund and Market Insight and Evaluation, would it cover any other issues?
No, I think Austin's set it out very well. There was only a few sort of highlights really I was going to outline, which is this is definitely a constraint for smaller companies. But often with several moving from the region when they get to a point of needing supercomputing power. Obviously, there's a clean and green computing angle within this. And it's about strengthening and retaining Cambridge's global positioning as well. So we need to understand this. And of course, rollout for the rest of the area. There's benefits in understanding that as well, rather than companies moving, to other parts of the UK or the world. How could we make them stick around our patch into the other districts? The quotes we've had done already range from 25,000 to 45,200. So we're asking for a budget of no more than 46,000 from the Enterprise Zone Reserve funds to do this work.
Thank you, Steve. Any debate? Oh, yes, we have a debate.
So yeah, just again, it's just this thing about the enterprise zone funding. So given my question earlier about needing to, provide some new incentives for enterprise zones to attract businesses, I just wonder what damage this is doing to any work to try and further that cause, really. And if the business board need this enterprise zone reserve fund, I don't know how much is left in it in total for other things. Maybe it needs looking at and needs relabeling or whatever. We just need to tidy that up, I think. Because my question is, why is this benefiting enterprise zones? And I think the answer is, well, in a very minor way, because
yeah.
Okay, John, do you want to come in, and then maybe Austin as the chair of the board?
So the first half of the answer is what Austin's already given us, is that our main source of funding stuff is the LGF, and that's run out. Although, of course, there are a number of repatriated projects coming up that will replenish that a bit. But right now, we've got no LGF and nothing else to fund this sort of thing. However, when we talk about enterprise zones specifically, government gave the old LEPs enterprise zones specifically for this purpose, so that between big programs of funding, they were to use enterprise zones to fund their normal work. So it is very much an eligible sort of thing to spend enterprise zones funds on. Unlike some LEPs, like in the Midlands, for instance, Coventry or Warwickshire, have got incredibly powerful enterprise zones and have tens of millions of pounds. We have hundreds of thousands a year from our enterprise zones and business rates.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to come back as the chair of the business body?
I think we've covered everything that we can. This is a fairly small ask and shouldn't contribute any more time than we've dedicated to.
Okay. No more points of discussion, I don't think. So move to the vote. Austin, you're moving the recommendations of the chair of the business board. and you have me as a seconder. So unless anyone objects now, I propose to take them as having been carried unanimously. And on that bombshell, that's passed unanimously. I've got to close the meeting. Thank you. That concludes the first order of business. Oh, sorry, that's a... Sorry. I go into another level.
Mayor, Mayor, I did request the next meeting be quite quick, but I didn't expect to be that quick.
Dangerous request.
Right. Okay, so I am now declaring the meeting to a close, and I wish you all the very best for the rest of today, the weekend, and then whatever summer holiday time you have with your families and your friends. Stay safe, take care of yourselves. Thank you.